Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another History After Dark stream. I'm Thersites the Historian. Joining me this evening to discuss the early going of the Petersburg Campaign are Thoughtful Pug and Sean Chick. Gentlemen, how goes it?
How about you, Pug? How you doing?
Doing well, I guess. I was going to start up this stream shit talking your Saints for losing to the Panthers, but then your Saints kicked my ass, so. Uh,
I got you.
yeah, so. But yeah, in all seriousness, uh, kind of been busy. Didn't write a lot of notes for the stream, but busy with learning code for my dad's new startup project that he's getting me involved on. Also, dealing with work problems and stuff like that. Just, not a lot of stuff I want to get into right now, but.
So you're learning the
Uh,
code, huh? So you're following Joe Biden's advice from
yeah,
2020.
What? Learn to
yeah,
code?
Yeah, remember that?
yeah,
Oh
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, he told like some coal miners to learn the code or some shit.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
man.
that was one of my favorite Twitter moments. Was like a bunch of reporters got fired, and people just messaged them like, "Learn to code." Well, I mean, that's what I mean. It's a very neoliberal thing I've heard for a large part of my life is learn to code, right?
Right.
So, but it's also been said, of course, that if um, if a bunch of people came here illegally who could really write for the New York Times would be very anti-immigration, which is the equivalent thereof. Learn to code, guys. Just go learn to code. Go, you're being replaced. Anyways,
Yeah. Because there will
um,
definitely never be too many coders. There's no possibility of that ever happening.
Yeah.
Zero.
man,
Just
dude, like those coding. Oh man, I know two people have gone through coding boot camp. That shit's intense.
well, also remember we learned in the '90s that you can also never have too many American history PhDs who studied the Indian Wars. So
You did tell me that back in 2008 about that, and you were so goddamn right. But then again, 90s PhDs, history PhD, that was one of the golden times to get a PhD.
so long as it wasn't the Indian Wars.
Like, remember Dr. Hamilton?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he is a very smart guy. He came from University of Iowa, and he got hired by Kentucky. And I was like, wow, they hired somebody here who's not from a top 20 university. Oh, it was the 90s when there was a glut of people.
Right.
And what's funny is Hamilton was smarter than most of the people who came from those like, top 10, 20 schools, to be
Yeah, it
honest.
has a very
You know.
good track record with publication and everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I actually I emailed him a few years ago about some political stuff. He recommended some good books for me. Yeah, Hamilton was one of the sharpest guys around. Actually should probably talk to him more often now I think about it. Anyways.
Yeah, I know. I've heard he was also pretty decent at those like department baseball games or softball games. I never really went. I guess we did go to that one game I remember, but I don't know enough about it to know how good he is.
I didn't go, but I heard he was good as well.
Yeah.
You know.
All right.
And
Speaking of,
also, a very fun thing I had to add about Dr. Hamilton. Remember, we were at the thing where they did where Obama was doing his State of the Union address in 2011, and
yeah,
Hamilton just got on the podium and said, "We're in a political crisis. It doesn't matter what Obama does. This is all going to collapse."
I do remember that. Yes, and he
And
said
I looked at
one of
it.
the two parties will cease to exist in the next 10 years.
Effectively, he was correct. For the Republican Party of Ronald Reagan is dead.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much
yeah,
is.
essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much is.
Who knows? Maybe this election is the death of the Democratic Party as we know it.
Maybe
Unlikely, but
Who
Hamilton
knows?
should write a book of political predictions and call it Hamiltonian Democracy
maybe, man.
as a way to move paper. You know.
I got my own thoughts on the election that went by, but we're not going to do that because we're not an election stream. I did,
Yeah.
though, want to say I did listen to your video today, and it was a good one and very heartfelt. I liked your video a lot about the
Thanks.
election.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
actually I wish I had spent a little more time preparing that, but I just
I
wanted to
can
get that
see
out of
that
the way.
I can see that with some of the analysis, but especially your first 10 minutes was really good. I like that a lot. You know. But Gentlemen, on to Petersburg, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, um, for this one, we should start with the aftermath of Cold Harbor, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say we should actually, because we haven't even started talking about like the Overland Campaign. I was expecting we were gonna get into that, but
Well,
I
we
guess
should do
a brief overview of the Overland
very,
Campaign.
very. We'll do a very brief overview of the Overland Campaign. Luke, I'll hand it off to you. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so uh, I believe it was March 1864 when Grant was assigned as General in Chief of the U.S. Army. Is that correct?
February.
All right. So initial plans in the east, because he was planning a lot of conjunctive offensives. Uh, Initial plans was actually close to what happened around Petersburg later on. It was actually aimed towards the North Carolina coast, southeast of Virginia, if I remember correctly, around Norfolk,
Hmm.
and operate around there. But Lincoln insisted that the main army has to fight around Washington and go overland. That was at Lincoln's insistence. Uh,
Lincoln and Halleck.
yeah, yeah, which just shows just how myopic those two are. It's like you have to do this overland. You can't, utilize our naval superiority because otherwise the Confederates they'll move on the capital and take it by storm, even though you have a massive fucking garrison there, which gets stripped down because of the amount of casualties that they take in the Overland Campaign. By the way, that should be noted, which is the only reason why it was under any threat when people were invaded. Anyways, that's in the future.
Yes.
So Overland Campaign begins. Uh, Lee's army has been rebuilt. It's kind of a myth that a lot of people say, oh, his army was destroyed after Gettysburg never fully recovered. Somewhat true. A few units never fully recovered to full strength, but a lot. His army was about the same size as it was at Gettysburg, sans Pickett's division, which wasn't there. So when the campaign starts, 120,000 men against 65,000.
Yeah.
Bloody battles. First at the Wilderness, back and forth melee in literally the wilderness. Confusing combat to say the least. Uh, I don't have a lot of the details on that battle memorized in my head, mainly because it's just
You
that
shouldn't write now, but give us an overview of what you think the results of the battle were.
uh, tactical draw, I'd say. Uh, However, I'd say Grant came out the better of it, even though he failed to destroy Lee's army and he got pushed back hard late on the second day. Because he still held the Brock Road, he still held the direct road to Spotsylvania. Because the original plan
Mhm.
that's good. That could be part of the discussion for if we have to cover the Overland Cave. The original plan was just march down the Brock Road to Spotsylvania and interpose the army between Lee and the capital.
Yeah.
However, he still had that road open after May 6th. So he had the open road, the direct route to Spotsylvania, and yet because of a lot of bad luck on the Union side, good luck on the Confederate side, the Confederates get there first, mainly because Sheridan drops the fucking ball the next on May 8th and fails to push out Confederate cavalry around Todd's Tavern.
Wait, do you mean Sheridan's like a bad cavalry commander?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's terrible. Yeah, actually, he's not very good.
Yeah, and yeah, it's because of that first of all, Lee gets entrenched around Spotsylvania. This causes an argument between Meade and Sheridan as to state of the cavalry, which Grant decides, you know what, Sheridan, if you want, go do a raid. Well, Sheridan proposes doing the raid. Meade's like, yeah, no, we're not going to do a raid. I need your cavalry around in Spotsylvania. And Grant's like, you know what, raid sounds awesome. Go ahead, Sheridan, knock yourself out. The raid
Yeah,
succeeds in killing Jeb Stewart and nothing else.
pretty much.
Uh,
Oh,
uh,
why
and
does Grant agree?
take
Why does Grant, do you think, agree to a raid by Sheridan? Why do you think?
A to show off. B because Sheridan is Halleck's guy, and therefore he sides with Sheridan over Meade.
Yeah, pretty much correct. Also, I think he was thinking about Grierson's raid as well.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, Grierson's raid had been so effective, and it's going to take one or two failed cavalry raids for Grant to finally figure out that what Grierson did was a fluke.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Especially considering what he did basically stripped him all cavalry around Spotsylvania, so he had no reconnaissance in the area. Meanwhile, Lee only sent half of his cavalry down with Stuart and kept the other half with him at Spotsylvania still. So he had the cavalry advantage around there, which helps him out a lot, to say the least.
Yeah.
Though due to a screw up by Rooney Lee, miscommunication, he contributes to the disaster at the Muleshoe on May 12th. We're just gonna try to skim past May 10th bloodbath. Kind of a mess of assaults all along Lee's line that do basically nothing except for Upton's sector, where Colonel Emory Upton makes a strong attack with special formation of, I believe, 12 regiments. Had them go in without loaded muskets so they wouldn't be tempted to fire. May 12th.
The big attack on the Muleshoe by the
Yeah.
2nd Corps.
Yeah, big attack on the Muleshoe by Hancock's Corps. Grant decides, man, Emory, that was a great idea. Let's just do that on a larger scale with my best corps commander. And so Hancock, he attacks, and a lot of things go wrong for the Confederates. First of all, they're in a bad position, an exposed salient. Ground's not that great. Lee pulls out the artillery at the last minute because he thinks that Grant is actually retreating due to a bad report from his son, Rooney Lee, who's one of his cavalry commanders.
Correct. Now, wait.
He sends him back, but
let's not be too detailed on this one.
Okay. Anyway, so because of a lot of mismanagement by Lee in particular, Ed Johnson's entire division is just wiped out. Second Corps is decimated, trying to, and a lot of other brigades from Third Corps get absolutely schwacked, trying to stem the tide and prevent a total collapse. After that, the Ninth Corps has about 8,000 men left out of about 20,000 that started out the campaign.
Wait, which corps?
The Confederate Second Corps, because the Union have a Second Corps and the Confederates have a second. Ewell's. I'll just go by the Corps commander's name, Ewell's Corps.
Ewell's Corps. There we go.
Partly because of the casualties that they get sent off to the valley later on, but anyways. Stalemate at Spotsylvania. Not much else. Well, a lot of stuff happens, but not really important stuff. Grant moves on to the North Anna River. Yep. Yeah, North Anna River. Lee misses an opportunity there to destroy Hancock's Second Corps on May 24th, I believe, because he had a whole plan in place, but he was too busy almost shitting himself to death because of dysentery. So no one was in command to give the order to attack. So best opportunity of the campaign just slipped away for the Confederates. Moves on to Cold Harbor. Grant receives reinforcements from Butler. Lee receives reinforcements from Beauregard, both around the Bermuda 100 line, south of Richmond. Hard fighting around Cold Harbor. Most infamously, the June 3rd assault, where Grant tries to do an even larger scale version of what he did on May 12th with about 2.5 Corps, the 18th, 2nd, and part of the 6th, and it gets bloodily repulsed. Casualties for the Union are about 3,400 men, and Confederates are like 750. Right? Yeah. At least in the part of the line that they attack. There's a lot of other action along the rest of the line.
Oh yeah, and there's like a whole debate about the losses on that one. But overall, Cold Harbor's casualties map on very well to the casualties at Fredericksburg, which is not surprising.
Yeah.
The overall losses. Roughly for the Union, it's 13,000 for the entire 3 days of the battle, and about 5,000, give or take, for the Confederates. So, And also, one of the only battles where Grant admits, I made a mistake. Yeah. So, the thing is, we now find the armies in a stalemate in front of Richmond. Now, you earlier mentioned the fact that Grant had other ideas about attacking. And this is one of the things I really don't like. I really do not like the idea of Grant the Butcher. That is not true. Grant is a maneuverer. He is not a butcher. And his idea going into Virginia was to use an indirect approach to get at Richmond. All right. And as you said, Lincoln and Halleck make it to where, no, we want you to go fight it out with Lee. Because Lincoln very stupidly thinks that you can destroy Lee's army, which you can't. You don't have cavalry set for pursuit. You can't destroy an army in musket combat. Simple as that. But Lincoln's too dumb to understand that. So he forces Grant to brawl it out. And Grant has considerable strengths as a commander. He's an excellent strategist. He is superb at operational maneuver. He is bad at tactics. He was always bad at tactics. It's just not his thing. And so you have these brawling battles, like you've mentioned, Wilderness, Spotsylvania, North Anna, not so much, but Wilderness, Spotsylvania, Cold Harbor. Now, I'm unequivocal about this. The Confederates win all 4 battles, and the Overland Campaign is a failure. Because the Overland Campaign, you're supposed to destroy Lee's army and capture Richmond. They fail at both. Not just that. This is one of the things I've really noticed. If you look at Confederate letters in Lee's army, their morale is high. They all will say in their letters, though, that they recognize they've taken heavy casualties, that they've had a very punishing campaign season. But all of them are like, we can take on any Yankees who come at us. Meanwhile, Grant's army, they hate him, they jeer him, and a lot of the letters are about them talking about how they think Grant's a moron. I've run to a lot of that. One of the most scathing was by Abner Small, who was a officer in the 16th Maine, and he literally just says, how come it took Grant 50,000 casualties to get where McClellan did with almost none? Yeah. So the Overland Campaign is a failure. And if you read Northern newspapers, at that time, if they're really pro-Lincoln, they make excuses for the Overland Campaign. Like, oh, Lee's army's that tough. Most newspapers are like, oh my God, what a bloody disaster. So it's a failure. Grant is stuck in front of Richmond. So what are you going to do next, right? And that leads to Petersburg. Now, in the case of the city of Petersburg, it is a major factory center for the Confederacy. And along with Richmond, Selma, Augusta, and a few other places, it has it has a lot of factories, a major manufacturing center. Also, no other city in the South has as many railroad connections. Petersburg has 5. Now, one of them is the one to City Point, which isn't as useful, and the one to Norfolk, but still, this is a major railroad hub as well. And a variety of Union officers for years had said Petersburg is the actual goal. Now, I am partial to McClellan, but McClellan was a little slow even to recognize Petersburg's significance. But McClellan just wanted to reenact the siege of Sevastopol, which happened in the Crimean War. That's really what he's going for. A variety of Union generals would go to Lincoln. Most interestingly, William F. Smith, commander of 18th Corps, went to Lincoln and said, we should go to Petersburg. And that's why he gets transferred away. Grant is no dummy. He's a smart man. Once again, excellent strategist, good at operational maneuver. He knows how important Petersburg is. So he is stuck in front of Richmond. He could brawl that Lee right there. He could stay stuck right there the way McClellan was and just fight it inch by inch. He's not going to do that. Now, do you know what Halleck's advice was, Luke? What Halleck was telling Grant to do?
Tell me.
Move your army to the north side of Richmond to put your army between Richmond and Washington.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he did something. He suggested something creative. No, he just suggests what he always suggests.
Yes.
The stupid strategy that has not worked over the past year already.
Yeah. Oh God. You ever read the book by Rowna Reed, which is like combined operations in the Civil War?
I have not. Probably should.
Okay, so this book's controversial because she's very positive on McClellan. All right. Now you can debate her stuff with McClellan all you want. She does actually have some criticisms from McClellan, but man, she really hates Henry Halleck. She thinks Henry Halleck might be the dumbest man in the Civil War. Like her literal thesis is that if Halleck doesn't exist, the war ends in 1862. And so I kind of agree with her. That being said, though, she when she talks about Halleck's obsession with the Union Army must be between Richmond and Washington, it's especially it's 1864. There's like a mocking tone I read into it, like she's making fun of the poor guy in a way, you know. But yeah, Halleck tells Grant move north of Richmond and just brawl it out. And Grant's thinking to himself, why don't I do one more maneuver? And why wouldn't he? Because what is Grant's greatest campaign? What's his greatest campaign, man?
Vicksburg, without that, I'd say
Yeah.
Vicksburg.
Now, Timothy B. Smith just had a book published about Grant landing south of Vicksburg, marching to Jackson, then going to Vicksburg. And he made a statement that I fully agree with. He says that when that happened, Halleck wrote to Grant and said, "This campaign is as brilliant as Napoleon at Ulm." And Smith says, actually, it's more brilliant than Ulm. I agree with Smith. Grant's campaign, landing south of Vicksburg and marching on the city, absolutely brilliant. One of the greatest campaigns in history. That is something to be studied, right? He won through maneuver. Grant is not a brawler, actually. He's a maneuverer. And so he's stuck in front of Richmond, and he's not thinking the way Halleck wants him to think. He doesn't want to brawl it out in front of Richmond. He wants to get around Lee. He always wants to get around Lee. He always wants to get around the flank. So Grant is looking south towards Petersburg, which he already considered before, because for the Bermuda Hundred Campaign, which was Benjamin Butler's Army of the James, which was 10th and 18th Corps, lands south of Richmond. And that was essentially Grant trying to do the Peninsula Campaign on the budget. That's what he's doing. He wants to do the Peninsula Campaign on a budget. Lincoln would not agree to that kind of campaign with the whole Army of the Potomac, but Grant figured out that he could at least send a few corps there. And just to rewind with that one, with the Bermuda Hundred Campaign, Benjamin Butler lands with 10th and 18th Corps, and Grant's instructions are essentially cut the rail line, threaten Richmond, but Grant made it very clear to Butler, if you can get dramatic results, do it. And so I like to say that the Bermuda Hundred Campaign is not a diversion. It is a major part of Grant's operations. And Grant was hoping that Butler would have much more success. That does not occur. But think about that. Grant tried to did the Peninsula Campaign on the budget. So he's looking at this and being like, we can go to Petersburg. We can take this major manufacturing rail center. The other thing, too, is if you take Petersburg, the way the railroad lines line up, you have isolated Richmond. You isolate Richmond, the war's over. Lincoln's reelected. Now, politically, you're also in an interesting situation because the Democrats have not chosen who their nominee is going to be. McClellan is favored. But McClellan is hated by the peace faction, which is led by Vallandigham and Horatio Seymour and a few other guys. They don't like McClellan because they want peace at all costs. McClellan's criticism against Lincoln has to do with civil liberties and emancipation. But McClellan is committed to fighting a war to restore the Union. So the Democrats, in many ways, are disorganized and in disarray. But they have not chosen their guy yet. But no matter what, if Grant takes Petersburg and Richmond falls, it doesn't matter if the Democrats nominate Jesus Christ. They will lose to Lincoln, whoever it is, as long as Richmond falls. Because Lincoln pinned all of his hopes on Grant winning the war in Virginia.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me get a glass of water here real sec.
So I suppose
Yeah.
that means that. How did Grant react when he learned about how Butler had fared against Beauregard? Because I know that Butler had a pretty big numerical advantage, but obviously that didn't work out for him at all. So how were Grant
Yeah,
and Lincoln and all the rest reacting when they were reading reports about Butler's campaign?
Grant reacts negatively, but Grant never disliked Butler personally. Um, Interestingly enough, whenever they were around each other, people would note they actually got along really well together. Um, but Grant's reaction was, "This is another failed part of my Virginia offensive." Because make no mistake about it, Grant knows that he was beat at the Wilderness in Spotsylvania. Grant breaks down in the Wilderness. Now, the thing about Grant though is he can keep moving on, and I mention that because one of the best group of letters to read during this period is Charles Wainwright. He's the commander of Fifth Corps Artillery, and Wainwright literally says, if Lincoln had backed Meade, Hooker, Burnside, or Pope as much as he backed Grant, they could have fought battles like Grant did. Because Lincoln put all of his faith in Grant, Grant can lose battle after battle and suffer horrendous casualties and not get fired. And Hooker and Meade, they all knew that they lose a battle, they're fired. They all know that
Right.
because of how politically fragile they are. So, but Grant's reaction to the Bermuda Hunter campaign's failure is fairly negative. And once he heard about the Battle of Drury's Bluff, Grant is essentially telling Butler, hey, send me 18th Corps. I need more men. The reason he needs more men is because of horrendous casualties he suffered, but also because of the mustering out crisis. So what happens is a lot of the Union regiments in 1861 signed up for 3 years. So 1864, there's a movement to have these regiments reenlist. A lot of men don't. That's a big one to keep in mind, too, because we're Americans. We love to think that our soldiers were all heroic and were committed to the cause. No, thousands of them were like, just send me home. I'm done with this. For instance, the Battle
Yeah.
of Spotsylvania, Grant lost roughly 18,000 casualties. Then he had 20,000 men just leave the army because they were like, we're done. We're out, dude. Good luck.
Yeah.
Numerous
Yeah.
regiments will just cease to exist.
Yeah, I guess you could say it's like a kind of like nowadays where it's like, yeah, I've done my part. I'm done. I'm done with the military. I'm leaving. For you do a tour of
Yeah,
duty or something, and that's about it for you.
yeah,
Compared
exactly,
to like
exactly.
back then, it was just you serve and you serve on and on and on. But
But I mean, and that's always a personal thing with me because, I mean, Americans love to pump up their armed military and be like, oh, look how heroic and idealistic we are. I'm like, no, you're not. Not really. And I need to read the book, but William Marvel a few years ago published a book where he essentially found out that almost the average soldier in the Union Army in the Civil War is in poverty. And he found that if you have money, you don't fight, actually.
Yeah, because of the substitution system.
Exactly. Now, the exception is 1861. That spring, summer, right after Fort Sumter, there actually is this big flowering of patriotism. But you find that in the American Revolution as well. One of my favorite books from the Revolutionary period is The Minutemen and the World, The Minutemen and Their World. And what that author found was that the Concord, Massachusetts, in the first 2 years of the American Revolution, a disproportionate number of citizens were with George Washington. By 1778, almost none of them are. In fact, the community is annoyed and complaining about paying money for the army. You know, so it's very much an American thing to get tired of wars and think they're bullshit. So,
yeah. Well,
you,
it's also
you
because in the case of the Army of Potomac, they had a very checkered history in comparison
yes,
to because there was a similar case in the Western armies under Sherman. Because a lot of regiments there also had their 3 year services come up, but most of them actually re-enlisted as veteran regiments and got furloughs and stuff, and then came back. That's actually something I've talked with Dave Powell recently. That's something we didn't talk in our Atlanta streams. Another reason why Johnson thought he was doing so, thought he was inflicting so many casualties on Sherman, and thought his strategy would work was because he thought he'd suffer, like Grant did, and have all his regiments just, go home. But that wasn't what happened with Sherman. Whereas with the Army of Potomac,
Yes.
they had much harder time convincing all these veterans who have gone through defeat after defeat after defeat after occasional victory to
But
carry on with
also,
the cause.
yes, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I noticed the same thing. I mean, of course, you did have Western soldiers who left. You had regiments that disbanded.
Yeah, sir. There were.
But no,
Yeah,
no, no. The ones that I noticed that was much higher rate. And I think a big part of it is not just the defeats, but just how thoroughly politicized the Army of the Potomac is. You know, one of my favorite passages ever in regards to this is in John Gibbon's memoirs. He has an entire page where he talks about how much he likes Buell. And he says Don Carlos Buell was an excellent general who was sabotaged by Stanton.
Hmm.
And that sentiment bleeds through in the letters of the soldiers. They loved McClellan. They thought Lincoln was the reason they were losing. Not all of them, though. Some of them are like, Lincoln's the man. He's the greatest guy ever. Right? So you really do have an army whose even its rank and file can't agree on the fundamental debate between Lincoln and McClellan. That is a problem. That's a big, and you do not run to that with the Army of the Ohio, which becomes the Army of the Cumberland, and the Army of West Tennessee, which becomes the Army of the Tennessee. You know what their big fundamental debate is? Which army is better? Which makes them more competitive with each other. Yeah,
yeah,
think about it. Their big debate is like, is not like Lincoln versus Buell or Lincoln versus Grant or something. It's, man, our army's the coolest, dude.
yeah.
Yeah, so that creates a competitive atmosphere, and yeah, the Western armies. That's one, and one of my big points in the Civil War is that the reason the Western armies are more successful is because Lincoln interferes with them less. He just doesn't care. In
Yeah.
fact, he doesn't even, Lincoln didn't even send Grant a letter after Shiloh. He sent him no letters until after Vicksburg. That's how much Lincoln is thinking about the Western theater, as in not much at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, so Grant is stuck in front of Richmond. His army has been shot to pieces. Morale is in the toilet. Here's another big problem as well. Now, how did Meade become commander of the Army of the Potomac? Now, Luke, what do you think of Stephen Sears as a historian? What do you think of him?
Pretty good as a writer. I think he is biased to McClellan beyond common sense.
Being biased
Because
against.
like I haven't read his Antietam book, but I have heard he's responsible for a myth about delayed order, where it was
Yes.
he said it was delivered at 11 a.m. when in fact it was delivered at 11 p.m. And you could see it in the original order that he was quoting, and he's using that to say, "Oh, McClellan was absolutely lazy and didn't immediately respond to this order like he should have." Shit like that.
Uh,
So
One thing I'll give Stephen Sears credit for one thing in particular. I read his McClellan biography, and he says straight up in his preface or whatever his prologue, he goes, "I think McClellan was the worst commander of the Army of the Potomac." But then follows it up and says, "But that man was completely loyal to America." And he actually emphasized in the book that the Confederates, the war would have gone on if McClellan was elected. That's actually one of the arguments of his book is that McClellan is a patriotic citizen, but a terrible commander, right? And you're right. His a lot of his work is being eviscerated right now. But you're right. He's an excellent writer. But I tell you one thing I think Stephen Sears is dead on about Hooker. He understands Joe Hooker. Understands
yeah,
why
I
Joe
could agree
Hooker.
on that. I've reading his Chancellorsville book, which is actually that's the only one I still have my shelf. That yeah, he is. Yeah, he's the reason why I think as highly as on Hooker as I do. I think it's a bit too nice on him on a lot of things. I'd say, but yeah, but that's a debate for later on.
Exactly. But the reason I bring up Hooker is because Stephen Sears makes a good point that what killed Joe Hooker, one of the big things that killed Joe Hooker was the fact that the officers hated him. And And everybody, I got an essay into a whole collection of essays about what this book has a clumsy title, The Mexican War Experiences of 12 Civil War Generals. So, of course, I've got the Beauregard essay. The essay on Hooker is by Stephen Ep Rafuse. It is fantastic, but Rafuse is a genius. He's one of the greatest of all time. And he's actually telling you that the dislike for Hooker amongst officers started in the Mexican War because of the way Hooker operated. Because Hooker was politically ruthless and was not good at cultivating friends in the professional army. Think about it. When he becomes commander of the Army of the Potomac, his two closest allies are Daniel Butterfield and Dan Sickles, neither of which have West Point training. The West Point officers, they despise Hooker. And not just that, it's like a cross political thing. You've got conservative Democrats and radical Republicans who don't like Hooker. I mention that because the reason Meade became commander of the Army of the Potomac is because when he becomes commander, he has broad support and popularity. Like they brought John Reynolds in, and John Reynolds said, "Put Meade in command." They asked Hancock what his opinion was. He said, "Put Meade in command." They asked Sedgwick, and he said, "Put Meade in command." Meade is in command of the Army of the Potomac because a bunch of officers essentially told Lincoln and Stanton, we like him, we respect him, put Meade in charge. I mention this because you have the opposite at the end of Cold Harbor. Almost all of Meade's corps commanders hate him. Now, he is friends with Hancock, commander of Second Corps. They're pretty close. Horatio Wright thought Meade was incompetent. Burnside and Meade, they got along before Fredericksburg, and it collapsed ever after that. I actually blame Meade for that one because whenever the Army of the Potomac did poorly in the Overland Campaign, Meade would go, "It's Burnside's fault." He would just point right at it. So I think, yeah, it's kind of lame. Anyway, let's get one. The other corps, Governor Warren, right? Warren's interesting. He suffers from that whole thing where Warren's like, "I'm the smartest guy in the room," which doesn't mean you're always the easiest guy to work with. And Warren and Meade were pretty close, but when their relationship collapsed, it collapses completely. So think about, and also 18th Corps, which was under Butler, part of the Army of the James, but 18th Corps fought under Meade at Cold Harbor. William F. Smith came to the conclusion that Meade was a moron. So Meade, and also Sheridan and Meade had a disagreement in front of Grant, right? So Meade has a bunch of corps commanders who don't like him, but here's the thing. Unlike, say, Hooker or McClellan, where dislike had a political dimension, there is no political dimension with Meade. They just think he's incompetent. So, yeah. So the Army of the Potomac, I think it's understated. Its command structure from Gettysburg into early 1864 is actually very good, which is why it actually wins most of its battles, because guys like John Sedgwick and Warren at that point, at least, Hancock, they have faith in Meade, right? Now in Meade's corps commanders, he's looking at them being like, "Wow, I don't like any of you, and you don't like me." Yeah. So the Army of the Potomac, in some ways, has reached rock bottom in terms of coordination.
So when it comes to the battles that were being fought in the Overland Campaign, how much was Meade in tactical control? Did Grant tell him fight here and then he had to figure something out, or how much control did Meade actually have over a lot of these battles?
Luke, what do you think?
It's a bit of a mess. I'd say it's the first. I'd say it's the first thing that you said, where Grant says, "Okay, we're fighting here," and Meade's going to be handling the tactical deployments. He's going to be working it out. So it's like so. And I'd say that's the big reason why, like, the battles in the Overland Campaign are such a clusterfuck for the Union, is because you have Grant and Meade are temperamentally completely different. Grant is far more aggressive. Of course, his politics are lean more Republican. Of course, he later becomes a Republican president. Meade, he's an old Army conservative. He's very cautious. So telling him to make an attack, that is the not the best choice to go with for the kind of campaign they were going with, for the kind of battles they were fighting. And this contributes heavily to I'd say this continues to contribute heavily throughout the entire Petersburg campaign as well, for just how schizophrenic Union operations are throughout there. Because these are two guys that just do not see eye to eye, and yet they continue to work together. I don't understand how he remained in command as long as he did. Like not even as like oh he's just a terrible commander. It's just these two just do not work together. They counteract each other's. So I don't understand why he was kept around as long as he did. Actually the only explanation I have is the story that I think you related in your Petersburg book, Chick, where when he first met Meade, Grant, when he first met Meade, he was going to replace him with Baldy Smith, but Meade went up to him and said, uh, I forgot the exact wording, but he basically said, I'll do whatever the heck you tell me to do and follow every order that you give me. And what was the quote that Grant had that he thought more highly of Meade for this than for Gettysburg, something along those lines. So basically, he sees Meade as a pliable guy who'll listen to every order that he's given.
Yeah, and that's all that Grant. That's essentially what Grant cares about is, are you compliant? That's Grant's number one thing for a subordinate is, do you follow my orders?
Right.
And also, do you not intrigue against me? Remember, one of the things that also helped out Meade with becoming commander of the Army of the Potomac is that he has no political pretensions. And actually, the same thing with Grant at this point, because understand that Grant before the war was a Democrat, a lazy Democrat. He wasn't like an active Democrat, but he voted for Stephen Douglas. And in 1861, Grant associated with Illinois Democrats, although he had an Illinois Republican as his main patron. Gradually, he favors Republicans more, but one of the things that made people like Grant acceptable to both sides was in Washington, the radical Republicans were like, well, he accepts emancipation, and he's not a Democrat who's going to use his victories to become president, because we can't have that, right? At the same time, because Grant was not aggressively political, your average officer in the Army was like, well, he's not trying to become president off of this. So that whips out Grant.
Not know the whole picture yet.
Oh, yeah, I know, and it's so stupid too because one of the best analysis I ever read of that was they were talking about the Mexican American War and about the politics involved in it, and it's interesting when Americans write about the Mexican War. It's actually really good, but also because the Mexican War is not woven into mythology, right? So they can openly talk about the fact that Polk is choosing commanders based on politics. Polk chose Zachary Taylor because Zachary Taylor said, I don't vote. He said, I don't vote. And then Zachary Taylor magically starts going I could run for president. And then Polk goes, you are no longer in command of the main army. It's over for you. And then gives it to Scott. Very reluctantly gives it to Scott. And it's a similar thing in the Civil War, of course. And one of the things that helped out Meade was that unlike McClellan and Rosecrans, he has no political pretensions at all. I mean, Meade talks about how she hates politics and politicians. So their mentality, even though a lot of these guys want Meade removed, right? Their mentality is, at least he's not trying to become president. And by the way, I want to mention it too. You mentioned Gettysburg. It gets even dumber than that. Have you ever read the book about the Committee of War's investigation into Meade at Gettysburg?
I have not. I honestly, if I start reading that, I think I'll start throwing up. Without absolutely disgusting.
It is.
Just the two biggest battles that the Army of Potomac wins before Grant comes east. Both times the Army commander is in threat of getting his command removed afterwards.
Yes.
That is the Army of the Potomac in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's revolting, right? And they're trying to undermine Meade at every turn in there and being like, well, actually, he secretly wanted to retreat. Do you know who saved us, Luke?
Who?
Dan Stickles.
My man Dan. Love him.
According to the committee, Dan Sickles and Dan Butterfield saved us from destruction at Gettysburg. All right, everybody. I know we've gone on about that a bit for a while, but we're just making it clear the Army of the Potomac's command structure is, to put it shortly, it's fucked.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, in comparison, especially to the Confederate Army, which isn't as fucked. It's just a lot of its upper commanders are not that great. Besides Beauregard and
Yes.
Lee himself, and William Mahomes on the lower level, and Henry Heath, and
we'll get to Billy Mahone.
we'll get to them though. We'll get to them.
Yeah, because I guess when we get to the Petersburg campaign, I mean, it's worth mentioning, I guess, who's out of commission for this one, because Longstreet's still wounded after Wilderness.
Yeah, Longstreet's still wounded. Yeah,
so Stewart dies gone. At Yellow Tavern. Hancock had gone home by now, right? Or is he?
No, he's still around. He'll stay until the end of October.
Yeah, because I know he's still ailing from wounds he suffered at Gettysburg.
Yeah, he'll actually be in and out. He'll be around for the initial assaults on Petersburg, and then the last day, David Birney will take command, lead him at Jerusalem Plank Road, where they get embarrassed for the first real time.
Oh God,
that's when my man. That's when the man, the myth, the legend, Mahomes starts getting the work. Yeah. But yeah, on the Confederate side, Longstreet's out wounded. Ewell's assigned to the Richmond garrison. Jubal Early, arguably the best corps commander that Lee has, aside from Beauregard and Longstreet. He's sent to the valley with the Second Corps, partly because there's not enough supplies around Petersburg for that troops, and they're not really needed as is proven by events. A.P. Hill sucks, and
he has major health problems.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. We will get to another stream from now if we continue on with this. We will get to a battle where he launches an attack, it fails. He taps out sick, and the Confederates launch another attack, and they succeed. Literally, it's like night and day.
Yeah. And actually, one thing about A.P. Hill, we'll get to him with the crater. He's actually pretty good at the crater, but that's because he goes back to what he's good at, which is division command, essentially.
Yeah, he absolutely sucks as a corps commander. I remember... Yeah, and never mind, actually. I won't get into that.
No, you're fine, man. And the other thing, too, is that I've kind of heard people be like, oh, A.P. Hill got better at Petersburg, and I'm researching, I'm like, no, he didn't. He really didn't. Heath and Mahone stepped up. That's what happened in Third Corps. Hill will have a moment here and there, but not really much of anything. So, okay, like we said, Grant, he's stuck in front of Richmond. He's going to go to Petersburg. And to do that, he's going to flank around Lee again. Now, Grant's operational maneuvers in Virginia are very well done. Well ordered, executed, and conceived. Grant also has a very good staff at this time as well. So the idea that he's going to go to Petersburg it's sharp. But before the army could even get to Petersburg, Grant decided that he might be able to take it by storm by having 18th Corps take Petersburg. Now, the reason for this is twofold. One, 18th Corps is part of the Army of the James, which is stuck at Bermuda 100 south of Richmond. 18th Corps left the Army of the James, fought at Cold Harbor. So in many ways, Grant is simply returning 18th Corps to its original command. But I believe there's another reason, which Bryce has said. Do you know Bryce's thesis on this?
I can't remember it, but I believe it's because he likes William Baldy Smith and wanted him to be promoted.
Exactly. I believe that's it. Grant at this time loves William S. Smith. He thinks he's amazing. Now, the reason is because of the Chattanooga campaign. Smith and Grant got along very well. Smith did a very good job as engineer at the Chattanooga campaign. Also, who does Smith... I mean, Smith hates a lot of guys, but Smith really hates Rosecrans. And if you hate Rosecrans, Grant thinks that's a pretty good idea. Because always remember, ladies and gentlemen, Grant may like or dislike a person, but he literally hates Rosecrans with a burning passion.
So basically,
All
if you
right?
wanted to get on Grant's good side, you could come in and he could ask you about your previous experience, and you say, "Well, I met Rosecrans. God, what a piece of shit!" And then immediately,
Actually,
Grant's like, "You need a promotion."
Rob, that's what Smith did with Grant when they first met, and Grant was like nodding along positively. Uh, the only officer I know who liked Rosecrans that Grant put up with was Sheridan, but Sheridan's tied to Halleck. But I have read a thing where Grant was talking shit about Rosecrans, and Sheridan was like, "No, I like him," and Grant just let it go. That's the only time I know about that.
Yeah.
Any officer
The
that
only time
Rosecrans,
you let go is hatred of of
he just said, "Yeah,
Rosecrans.
yeah." He's like, "Whatever, that's your opinion, dude." You know. So anyway, so Bryce's theory, and I think Bryce is right. Now the thing about it, though is that I don't have the documentation to 100% prove it. I just don't. But what I'm looking at is how Grant operates and who he gives a command to, who he gives an assignment to. And I believe he wants Smith to take Petersburg and get the honor of that and then get promoted. And I also think that because after the Battle of Petersburg is over, Grant does a lot of things to try to get Smith promoted to command the Army of the Potomac. He actually wanted to transfer Meade to command the troops in Maryland facing Early after Fort Stevens. So anyways, so Grant's not going to get rid of Meade. He trusts Meade, but he actually wants Smith in command, I think. He also had a scheme to put Smith in command in place of Butler, which doesn't work out. We'll get to that in a sec. Point is, 18th Corps is going to be the ones to attack Petersburg first. Now, the maneuvers Grant does to get away from Cold Harbor, expertly done. And they do a great feint where they march just with the 5th Corps and part of the cavalry led by James Wilson. Oh, we forgot to mention that Sheridan is sent on a pointless raid by Grant north of Richmond, which culminates in the Battle of Trevilian Station, where the Union cavalry is defeated again by Wade Hampton. Because Hampton's like, one of the best cavalry commanders of the war. um, would you agree with that, Luke? Can you find a real
Yeah,
blemish with Wade Hampton?
I'm I'm not too well versed on the cavalry to really say for certain. I can't really recall any like legendary blunder by Hampton, not especially compared to like his opposite in the army of Northern Virginia, who's Fitzhugh Lee, who should not have been promoted past brigade, but that guy is a real stinker a
Yeah.
lot of the times.
Well, the thing I would say is about Fitzhugh Lee. Fitzhugh Lee to me is the ultimate crapshoot because I've read about campaigns where he's in division command where he's brilliant, and other ones where you're like, my God, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah,
Actually, he does very well in one part of the Petersburg campaign, which when he fights the Wilson Couts raid, Fitzhugh Lee is in top form. He's
yeah,
excellent during that. But you're right, he's erratic. Wade Hampton is not. Wade Hampton is always on top of things. So anyway, they go fight Trevilian Station. The point of the Trevilian Station raid was to help out Hunter. Hunter had just won the Battle of Piedmont and is marching up the valley, which means he's going south towards Lynchburg. Um, and to defend Lynchburg, Lee, of course, sent off Second Corps by Early. So both armies in many ways are blind. Both armies only have a division of cavalry apiece. Meade has James Wilson, and Lee has Rooney Lee, WHF Lee, which is his son, and is a capable cavalry commander. But like Fitzhugh Lee, he's got great moments and he's got bad moments. This is not one of his better moments. But to be fair to Rooney Lee, 5th Corps and Wilson did a very good job screening and distracting. And the thing about Lee is that Lee, I think, is Robert E. Lee, that is suffering from two problems right now. On the one hand, he really believed that Grant and Meade were simply marching towards like the Fraser's Farm, Malvern Hill area, 7 Days battle region, and that they were going to try to muscle their way up the James and use the Navy to attack Richmond. He really can't accept that they're going for Petersburg. He suspects they might do something there, but he can't fully accept it. And I also think some of it was the idea that he understood that they were now in a siege moment. And remember that when Lee was talking about McClellan taking Richmond in 1862, McClellan doing it through siege methods, Lee broke down and cried in front of his officers and said, "If we do not stop McClellan, he takes this city." Lee finds he's in the same position. He's back to fighting a siege, which he says we can't win. So if you look at Lee, the letters he sends at this time are very pessimistic. So you also have a tired Lee in bad health who is in himself in low morale, also because Lee understands strategically he's in a bad spot. So I think that's one of the reasons why Lee doesn't perceive that Grant is crossing the James and going for Petersburg. It's a lot of his own personal failings and wishful thinking. Now, the commander south of the James River is Pierre Gustave Totent Beauregard, one of the highest-ranking Confederate generals, very successful commander, very talented, but him and Jefferson Davis absolutely hate each other, probably worse than Grant and Rosecrans hate each other, to be honest. These two men really hate each other. So even though Beauregard wins most of his battles, Davis always sidelines him because he just doesn't like the guy. Beauregard, he's very intelligent. He had an active imagination. So if you're reading his stuff at this time, he'll go into, well, Grant might do this, he might do that, he might do this. But you do start to see that he's thinking to himself. He's like, I think he's going for Petersburg. And one of the telltale signs of that was the June 9th attack by Butler. Now, what happens is before Grant has Meade's Army of the Potomac leave the Cold Harbor area to go towards Petersburg, Grant sent Cyrus Comstock and Horace Porter to go talk with Benjamin Butler. It was like June 7th, 8th. Right after they leave, Butler attacks Petersburg. Now, Butler's attack on Petersburg on June 9th has been interpreted as him trying to take the city. It actually isn't. It's a raid. It's essentially a giant raid. But those two officers told Butler where Grant was going, and Butler, it's almost like he was trying to preempt Grant in a way. The raid fails. Confederates deflect them. And this is actually, by the way, one of the last times the militia system this is one of the last hurrahs of the militia system in America. This and Honey Hill, I would say. So Butler's attack is deflected. It makes Beauregard more nervous. So Beauregard has more troops sent to Petersburg, but not a ton. Only really a brigade led by Henry Wise. Luke, what do you know about Henry Wise?
Former governor of Virginia, raised a lot of troops in Western Virginia when the war started from the pro-Confederates in that portion of the state. I think he served under Lee during the Cheat Mountain campaign, if I remember correctly. But he didn't do well there because he was beefing with another guy who was also, I think, was like John Floyd. Who was also another former governor of Virginia. Because they had.
Yeah, these are two former governors of Virginia who don't like each other.
Yeah.
So, magic, everybody, they lose. Wise is interesting to me because he's obviously an intelligent man devoted to the Confederate cause. And he did well under Beauregard. Beauregard didn't hate Wise. He didn't love the guy, naturally, but Lee really didn't like Wise. Understandably. But Wise and Beauregard actually get along pretty well. Wise does fairly well. So Beauregard puts Wise in command in Petersburg, and he doesn't flinch about that. He had faith in him. Beauregard's actually right. This is going to be Henry Wise's finest moment of his life, is what's going to come up next. It's June 14th, the 18th Corps assembles, and they are to march on Petersburg. They advance towards the city. Now, here's the problem. You've got one Union Corps advancing towards a fortified city over not super rough terrain, but not easy terrain, right? They have to start off in the morning and then seize the city right away. So you got to do a fairly hard march in hot conditions. And Smith becomes very cautious after a fight at Baylor's Farm. The Baylor's Farm fight to me is fascinating because you have Confederate cavalry, North Carolina cavalry, who are blocking Smith's way, and he attacks with his division of USCT, United States Colored Troops. These soldiers, some of them have been in skirmishes before and they've done raids and things, but this is their first heavy fight. Luke, have you read much about the attack at Baylor's Farm?
Yes, I have. I've partly in your book, partly in Wilson Green's book, partly in uh, Bryce Sutterow's collaboration with Ed Bears. By the way, fun fact: if you ever try to bring up that book to Bryce Sutterow, he will go off about how much he fucking hates Ed Bars.
I don't know if hate's the right word, but I know what you mean. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Although we
yeah,
all miss Ed Bars because wasn't he
yeah.
such a good presenter?
Yeah, it certainly was. Yeah,
He was
yeah, yeah. Well,
oh yeah.
I say, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bryce hating another historian, like, because like, yeah, yeah. That doesn't narrow it down because he has a lot of grudges. That man holds a lot of grudges, to say the least.
Yes,
And
he
he's
does.
self-aware. He's gotten self-aware about it, but
Although Bryce, we love you. And do you know who Bryce's favorite historian is that he told me?
oh,
Marvel. That's his
oh yeah,
favorite.
yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, he kept on recommending Marvel to me over and over
Oh
again.
yeah, yeah, same thing, same thing. And fun fact, he put me in contact with Marvel to talk about some stuff, and Marvel called Bryce like um, the Civil War equivalent of online dating.
What?
that knowing him personally, that hits way fucking harder than Jesus.
Well, it's yes, but it's also crazy because like like Bryce is he's just known as like as ornery. He's just known as ornery jerk, right? And he's made lots of enemies, but he knows everybody.
Yeah, he
He
certainly
knows everyone, and everyone always says this. Even the people who hate Bryce will go, "God damn, that's a great researcher."
yeah, certainly is. Yeah, yeah. I'd say a lot of a lot of what we know about the Petersburg campaign, like every single Petersburg campaign book I've read, uh, all of them cite him. All of them,
Oh
and
yeah,
like
yeah,
use his numbers for certain battles for like casualties and strengths and every and so yeah, like as weird and off-putting as he may seem to be, he is like one of the most important historians on the Petersburg campaign out there.
oh, excellent researcher. And by the way, since we're being all funny about this, do you know what he told me straight up? He was like, "Sean, you're not that good at battle details. You could be a better researcher." But then he said, "But you're an excellent." This is what he said. He said, "The reason I like you is you're really good at command analysis because you don't actually like any of these people."
that that I could kind of agree with that.
Because
Yeah.
no, well, Bryce made a good point. Is like everybody's like, I'm a this guy, I'm a that guy, and I'm like, I don't know. That guy was kind of a jerk, you know. Anyways, so what's gonna happen is 18th Corps at Baylor's Farm. They attack with the USCT division, which is led by Edward Hanks. Uh, the division does horribly, absolutely terribly. They will lose over 200 casualties, and the Confederates lose like 5 guys. Uh, the 5th Massachusetts Colored Cavalry had been dismounted, and this unit is one of the worst in the Union Army. One of the worst. And partially, I can't blame them because cavalry that gets dismounted and turned into infantry, that's a chancy prospect to begin with. But what made it extra bad for them was that the other black soldiers made fun of them because they're like, you thought you were all high and mighty with your horses, and now you're just down with us in the infantry. So this unit is hated by their fellow soldiers. And in the attack at Baylor's farm, they shoot at their own men and cause a panic. However, one USCT regiment does press their attack forward. The Confederates do retreat and have to abandon one cannon. So it's interesting. The Baylor's farm is a fascinating fight in that regard. The casualty ratio is way in the Confederates' favor, but they lose a cannon.
Yeah. So that balances thing out. Yeah.
But to be fair, though, that was a big measurement of battlefield success back then. Was how many cannon did you take? And the black soldiers dragging the captured cannon off. I mean, they put that at the cover of Harper's Weekly, or was it Frank Leslie's newspaper? I think it was Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper. Is the one where they put them dragging the cannon off. Now you'd never know from that the Confederates lost like 5 guys and the Union lost like 200, which is horrendous, right? But they still captured a cannon. So the Baylor's farm attack makes Smith more cautious. Then he approaches Petersburg and he sees the Demick Line. The Demick Line is the unofficial name for the entrenchments that surround Petersburg, which have several heavy cannon placed on them as well. The Demick Line was well laid out and was strong, although Beauregard had an interesting criticism against the Demick Line, which was that because it was one continuous trench, it meant that as long as one part of the line was penetrated, the whole thing would fall. Beauregard really liked the idea of separate entrenchments that were mutually supporting. Because, once again, if you take one line, doesn't mean the whole thing falls. But regardless, Smith sees the Demick Line, and instead of attacking right away, and keep in mind, he has a major numerical advantage, Smith takes his time, getting his men aligned. And partially I can't blame him. Not only because of Cold Harbor, and also because of his poor health, but also because, interestingly, while the Confederates only have about 2,000 men and Smith has roughly 12,000, Confederates had a lot of cannon on the Demick Line. And they were doing some pretty accurate fire off of that thing as well. And so I think if the Confederates had less artillery on the Demick Line, that might have made the Union attack much sooner. So Smith will attack late on June 15th, 1864, with a reinforced skirmish line. And what happens, Luke, when they attack?
They overrun the fucking line because it was manned mostly by reservists.
Yeah,
it's very thinly spread reservists.
Now, I do want to say this though: it wasn't like a super easy fight. They took losses. Like my estimate for 19th Corps is actually they took about 800 to 900 losses on June 15th. That's not minor.
Yeah.
But you're right. They overrun the fucking line.
Yeah.
They overrun the line. And the Confederates are sent reeling. They capture a lot of cannon. The USCT, okay, so they did poorly at Baylor's farm. That's really the fault of the 5th Massachusetts Cavalry dismounted. They suck. All right. The other USCT, though, when sent in on their part of the line, they do excellent. They penetrate the Confederate line and then attack down the trenches, capturing cannon after cannon. So for the USCT, this is one of their best moments of the war, right?
Yeah.
Now,
the best moments they're fighting like 2 companies of reservists basically in their sector or something.
Oh, I would say a little more.
But yeah, I agree. They do well in this, and they penetrate the furthest of any of Smith's troops along the line.
Well,
I think.
Things...
Yeah.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah. I'd say. In this case, I think. A big reason for this was partly because the commanders for the brigade that took part were all great. Sam Duncan, Joseph B. Kiddo. These are some excellent officers to say the least, and they fucking hit hard.
Yes, and
if only more USCT officers were as good as those guys, I'd say they'd have a higher reputation nowadays. Well, nowadays everyone like the USCT they were all heroes and shit because of course but
but the thing is, well, they're like any other people. Like you got winners, you got losers, right?
Yeah.
And I'm glad you mentioned Duncan and Kiddo as as being involved in that. Those are two excellent USCT officers.
Yeah.
We will not have that with the attack on the crater, by the way.
Yeah,
Some officers are good, and some are definitely not, right? So anyway,
The Ferrero's division is opposite end of the spectrum, to say the least. They have a good regiment of commanders, but no.
yeah, but
But
the thing is, the USCT, like any other unit, especially in the Civil War or in musket combat in general, a good officer goes a long way. And Kiddo and Duncan are good. And whatever you want to say about Hinks, at least he was committed to the USCT. You know, so he made sure they were well armed, trained, and they knew that he actually cared. He wasn't a great commander, but at least he cares. And I say that because I was reading about the Andrew Humphreys, who was the chief of staff to Meade. They actually offered him command of 10th Corps, and he said no because he's like, nothing against black soldiers, but I just don't care about black people. That's what he says.
It sounds like he may have had something against them, despite his preface to that.
I know, but that's the thing is, I'm reading his statement, I'm like, wow, you have rejected command of a corps, an entire corps, because of racial reasons. But he's doing the whole thing like, hey, man, I don't hate black people or anything, but actually I do.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not racist or anything. I just don't want to spend any time with anyone of another race. That's totally a different thing.
He sounds like a big character.
I mentioned that about Hinks because there are some other commanders in the Union Army who would have said, damn, I'm in charge of a corps, right?
Yeah.
And the thing about Hinks, though, is that Hinks does care about the USCT soldiers under his command. So that does go a long way. They know that their commander actually gives a shit. All right. So anyway, USCT attack. They did, and one of the reasons I praised them highly for the June 15th attack is because once they penetrate the Confederate line, they just keep going. That's what I like about them in that attack. They just keep going. They just keep taking position after position. So Petersburg appears to be completely vulnerable. And then what happens, Luke?
They don't follow. Smith does not follow up and doesn't continue the attack. Hancock comes up late. It's already dark by the time he arrives, I believe, and the two decide to wait until morning to continue the assault.
Yeah. Now, Second Corps had crossed the James River. Second Corps led by Hancock. Hancock's wound from Gettysburg is aggravating him. Hancock was delayed. There was a confusion in orders at the James River. Also, their march to Petersburg was long and hard. And this is a big thing. Throughout the entire period we're talking about, there's a drought going on. And I have read a lot of letters and diary entries where they just talk about the drought. Grant, Meade, and Lee talk about the drought in their letters. And so a lot of these soldiers said that was one of the worst marches of my life. Because they were thirsty, it was hot as hell, and Hancock is trying to get to Petersburg as fast as he can, so he force-marched his men. So they say that when Second Corps came up, they came up like in dribs and drabs, exhausted men. And Hancock defers to Smith. And Smith is like, let's not keep going. Let's not keep going. Now, while this is going on, Beauregard is transferring his soldiers south to Petersburg, and Beauregard himself arrived just when the main line falls. So Beauregard sets up a second line, which Thomas Howe, good guy, by the way. I've met him, and I had dinner with him. Great, very good historian. He wrote the first book on the Battle of Petersburg, and Howe calls this the Hagood Line, which will be the second Confederate line of defense. And so all through the night, the Confederates file in as many soldiers as they can. And meanwhile, the Union Second Corps starts forming up. Now, here's the thing about this. There are accounts from that period where Union soldiers said that they were yelling at Hancock and Smith, put us in. Now, normally in the Civil War, a night attack would not be considered to have good odds. But Luke, do you know what there was on June 15th, 1864?
Full moon?
With a cloudless night. They actually might have been able to pull off a night attack, which I almost never say. But being fair to them, night attacks are rare. Now, you said wait for morning. What do they do in the morning?
Wait more.
Yep. Oh my God. Like the Union command is starting to collapse. Now, I believe a lot of the reasons is because of the horrendous casualties. I mean, you have brigades in the Army of the Potomac that are on like their like fifth or sixth brigade commander in a few weeks. You have regiments commanded by captains. You'll have regiments in this battle commanded by lieutenants by the end.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's the Irish Brigade will end the battle commanded by a fucking captain. Yeah, an
Yes.
entire brigade commanded by a captain.
Well, we'll get to him because I do want to mention the special thing about him because he's one of my favorite Army of the Potomac officers is Patrick Kelly, but we'll get to him in a sec, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Like you're gonna have a brigade commanded by a captain. That's a really bad sign. And so the next day, neither Smith nor Hancock really take command of things. Now, some of that I think was because the two of them didn't really establish who was in command. And Smith is already a fairly careful soldier to begin with. And by the way, Smith had tactical talents. Like his actual attack plan on June 15th, once he actually did it, was good. But a careful soldier he is, an aggressive soldier he is not. Hancock is, but Hancock has health problems. Also, Hancock was a very instinctual soldier. Like attack here, attack there. One thing he was actually bad at was terrain. He just wasn't good at understanding the lay of the land. So he could understand that you're supposed to counterattack at this moment or put this brigade in, they'll do it. But if you forced Hancock to fight, to fight a battle on a map, if you will, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Not his thing.
Yeah, we will get to that. I can't wait to get to Second Ream Station when that chicken comes to roost.
Oh God, yeah. I need, and once again, high praise to Hancock, brave commander. I think a very good commander, but what he's bad at, he's bad at. In this case with Petersburg, he just doesn't really take command. He launches a probing attack with Egan's brigade, and they do some damage, but not much happens. Egan is interesting because we have several accounts where when he gets wounded, his soldiers cheer.
Oh, God.
What? What was his
Yeah.
full
Because
name?
Thomas Egan.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
pull him up.
So the thing about him is that he is a brave commander, hard fighter. The trouble with Egan was that he was the kind of guy who, if you said, "Hey, I want you to jump off that building to your death," he'd be like, "Well, can I first call my wife and let her know I'm about to die?"
Yeah.
He's kind of a
I mean,
meathead, really.
yeah. Then he have like a lot of mental health issues later on in life. I remember reading that up on
I think he
ECW.
did.
Yeah, where
Now,
he was like,
Hancock
yeah.
loved the guy because he has no fear of death, right? But I've read several accounts where soldiers were like, we were so happy when that guy got shot."
Jesus.
That's fucked up.
But they would all say, "We knew he was brave, but we thought he was too loose with our lives."
Yeah.
And a bit of a meathead, right?
Yeah. Will say he is not the worst Union Division commander in this battle.
Oh my God, no. He's not even division. He's a brigade commander, but no.
I thought he was leading a division at this point.
No, he leads a division.
No, it's later in the campaign. He comes back.
Later on he leads a division. I'm sorry, later on he leads a division in the campaign. Yes, not at this point. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get to James Ledley in a sec. So, the Union Army is forming up around Petersburg. George Meade arrives, then Grant arrives. Now, it's interesting to note that in Civil War histories, when they talk about William F. Smith's 18th Corps at Petersburg, they talk about what a missed opportunity. What was Grant's reaction to Smith at Petersburg?
It's like, oh, well, let's keep on going.
No, what you did was awesome. What you did was awesome. You're incredible. I'm going to get you an army command now.
Yeah.
So Grant's thoughts on Smith, at least initially, he changed later, but initially Grant's thoughts on Smith is the man. What you did on June 15th. You're great, dude. You're excellent.
So that's Baldy Smith?
Yeah, Baldy Smith. Yeah, William F. Smith. So At the same time, Benjamin Butler has 10th Corps Bermuda 100, which is north of the Appomattox River, so north of Petersburg. He detects the Confederates are gone because, and this is a big one, this is very important later on. Beauregard decided that he would risk the loss of Bermuda 100 to move more troops to Petersburg. I'll get to Beauregard's command structure in a bit, but understand that Beauregard moves troops from Bermuda 100 and then tells Lee, I'm out of Bermuda 100. You should really cover this. And Lee does. But before Lee can, Butler attacks, overruns the Confederate positions, captures like a bunch of rear guards, and is messing with the railroad. And then Lee arrives with George Pickett's division in the van. That's actually a telltale sign to me that Lee didn't take this that seriously. The fact that he sends Pickett in first. Because Lee has a low opinion of Pickett. But Pickett does well. His division attacks, they drive Butler's men in, and so by the end of June 16th, they've driven Butler's men back into the Bermuda 100 entrenchments. Done pretty well at it. Now, as far as Beauregard goes, on June 16th, you have Beauregard in command. He has 2 divisions with him. One is led by Robert Hoke, the other by Bushrod Johnson. Bushrod Johnson. What a hilarious name, right?
That's the greatest name of the Civil War.
Yeah.
Along with states' rights gist and my personal favorite, Napoleon Tecumseh Jackson Dana. Right? So yeah, Bushrod Johnson. So what do you guys think of Johnson and Hoke? You got any thoughts on them?
Well, I know a little bit about Hoke because he is sort of like the North Carolina traditions golden boy. So I remember there was a book published about him probably 10 or 15 years ago, and there were a bunch of private bookstores in the town where my grandma lives, and they all had it in shrink wrap. And on the back they were saying, you know, if Lee had stepped down from command, Hoke would have been the new commander of the Army of Northern Virginia in 1865. And so it's just like all this stuff about like he was the heir apparent, he was the new hope of the Confederacy. So I'm like, one, that's not accurate, and I know that just right off the dome. But two, the Army by that point was completely beaten, so who would have given a shit?
Yeah.
That's by Daniel Barefoot, and I just pulled the book off my shelf. General Robert F. Hoke, Lee's Modest Warrior.
I think that's the same one, yeah.
Yep. Actually, it's not a bad biography, but that part's way overstated, of course.
Yeah, there was also a little sign next to it.
Is it stated in the book, or is it like just someone put it on the backside, just not?
No, I think this is like a little display. I remember that somebody in the bookstore put next to it, like, "This is the fucking man. Like, this is the Civil War god that you've never heard of. You must buy this book immediately. This man is North Carolina's great captain from the Civil War."
Right. Well, from what I've read, bit overrated. Good division commander, to say the least. He's got a lot of gas because of the capture of Plymouth in April 1864. That's when he gets promoted to a major general. Honestly, that operation's fascinating, to say the least. I need to read more into the early '64 operations in North Carolina, because those are
you got to read the Hampton Newsom book.
Yeah, I need to get my hands on that. That's going to be on the Christmas wish list for me.
Dude, he just mailed it to me.
All right, I'll send him a message then. Anyways,
well, no, because me and him both were talking about war games, and he was sending me some war game ideas he had, and so he's like, "Hey, you want my book?" And I was like, "Sure." And then I told the Emergent Civil War, I was like, "Give the award to this guy. This book's fantastic." Anyway, they didn't. They did it for the other one, which was the Southern Front book about Lee's Gettysburg campaign and the attempts to attack Richmond during that. But anyway, Hampton Newsom, excellent historian, one of the very best around. Good guy too.
Yeah.
And
Also,
no. His book on the North Carolina theater. It's something like the Old Line State, I think, is the title of the book. Anyway, very good book. Hoke is one of these guys who does well on his own. He's bad at coordination. That's his problem.
Yeah, when he's he doesn't do great when he's with Lee at Cold Harbor or around Petersburg per se. Like he has a lot of low moments. Like I'd say the Second Petersburg. I think that's his high point when he's under Lee, sort of. Once he goes back to North Carolina, he
He
does
does
pretty
well under
good. But
Beauregard. He
yeah,
does well under Beauregard.
I guess yeah.
Yeah, no, I just but there's a few guys like that, like Lee was like Colquitt's a moron, and Beauregard's like, no, actually, I think he's pretty good, and
Yeah,
actually Wise as well. Lee's like Wise is an idiot, and Beauregard's like, no, I think he's fine.
yeah,
And honestly, Wise, Colquitt, and Hoke all did better under Beauregard. Nothing
yeah,
against Lee.
certainly.
It's a
Yeah,
personality thing. You know.
yeah, yeah. Honestly, I'd say Bushrod Johnson's more interesting. He has a wackier background. Son of a
Yeah,
Quaker. He's actually
wacky.
from Ohio. Like he has family connections there. He actually left his wife and mentally disabled son behind. His son never didn't know until the end of the war that his father was fighting for the Confederacy.
And there's a
Uh,
whole debate about him fighting for the Confederacy because his family had abolitionist leanings, and at least when I've read, there's no evidence of Johnson saying anything actually pro-slavery. And so the book on Johnson that I read, his argument was that Johnson didn't care about slavery at all. He literally looked at both sides and said, which one is more likely to promote me?
I'd say that's fitting with him. He's otherwise very like colorless guy. He's kind of responsible for the sighting of Fort Henry, which is why it was so terrible. Uh, and also Donelson. He is actually at Fort Donelson, but escapes. Fights at Shiloh. Fights on the Cleburne at Stones River. Then under Hood at Chickamauga. And he and his troops they fought with the army of Tennessee until 1864 when they were
Yeah.
transferred east. Uh,
By the way,
and fight.
his Shiloh report is hilarious because um,
Yeah.
he brings his brigade up to fight Sherman's division at Rhea Field, and Bragg throws them in. And Johnson's report says he doesn't name Bragg, but he says, "If not for the corps commander who showed up and gave my brigade orders, I would have done better." So he essentially just says, "If not for this jackass Braxton, right?"
Yeah.
Which, by the way, everybody, that's really rare for an official report in the Civil War. But Johnson is essentially his report is saying, "I really hate Bragg, and he's the reason my brigade lost heavily." So these two guys don't like each other. So the two division commanders are Bushrod Johnson and Hoke. Both these men are odd, they're peculiar, they have mixed records, but overall positive. In the case of Hoke, I just think he didn't operate well under Lee. He operates well under Beauregard, though. And he operates very well on his own, given his own task.
Which is why he was the hidden heir to the Army of Northern Virginia.
Yeah, God. Oh, God. I read one where William Mahone made that claim and said, Lee told me if he died in 1865, I was supposed to be Army Command. I'm like, yeah, sure. You're going to go over Longstreet, right?
Well, also,
go over not over only him, but also A.P. Hill. Even in his own corps, like Heth was senior to him.
Well, also,
like both division commanders, in the other two division commanders in the corps were senior to him.
But why would any of those guys go over Lee's own son, though? I mean, Rooney Lee was there, so I mean, come on now.
No.
I got to give credit to I got to give credit to Rooney Lee. Rooney Lee was like, "Look, I know my dad's in command, but he didn't actually like abuse that much. In fact, if anything, he was like, I'm trying to prove to my dad that I'm cool."
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say he's competent enough commander. Like he is not a complete train wreck like you'd expect from a nepo baby commander. But
as far as nepo babies, I think Rooney Lee is one of the best nepo babies I've ever read about. He also has a certain amount of modesty, and the officers under Rooney Lee like serving under him. They don't complain about him that much as like, oh my God, it's the general's son. They're all like, oh yeah, he rides hard, he's brave, he's competent.
So he's kind of like the Shane McMahon of the Confederate Army.
Thank you, man. So getting back to Beauregard, he has these two divisions. And keep in mind, Bushrod Johnson and Hoke, they're not... Hoke is fairly experienced. Johnson is new to division command. Originally, Beauregard wanted Daniel Harvey Hill.
Oh
D.H.
God, I
Hill.
remember this story. Jesus,
Oh, it's so
God.
dumb. Oh my God, it's so stupid. And here's the thing: is I've read pro Hill and pro Davis people in the argument. I'm like, no, no, they're both dumb. They're both dumb. No. So Hill and Davis are in a very petty fight over orders and rank. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the details right now, but it's agonizingly dumb. All right. And he wanted Hill, and whatever you want to say about Hill, D.H. Hill is one hell of a fighter, right? You know. And D.H. Hill, he did command a division under Beauregard at Ware Bottom Church and did pretty well. D.H. Hill is not in command, so he's got to lean on Bushrod Johnson. So Johnson's relatively new to I'm sorry, Johnson did lead a division at Chickamauga.
Yeah, I was going to correct you on that.
Yeah.
He did lead a division in
Yeah.
Chickamauga, and also during the Knoxville campaign, he led Buckner's division there because I think Buckner was mostly sick throughout that, and
Oh,
later
he was?
transferred
Okay,
out.
I didn't know that, but I don't
So
I only read one book on Knoxville. Okay, thanks for that, man. So okay, he's more
yeah,
experienced than I thought. So you got Johnson, you got Hoke, you got experienced division commanders. The problem for Beauregard is a lot of these regiments, they're experienced, they're veteran, but these are not the best of the best. Fortunately, though, he's facing a Union army that is in disarray. Now, in the case of Grant, he comes down, he sees the Dimmock line that Smith seized on June 15th and goes, "That was awesome. That's great." Grant's actually really positive. And then he tells Meade, "Keep attacking, man." So Meade stops and reconnoiters. And this gets into an interesting debate because for June 16th, Meade is going to attack with 7 brigades in a concentrated area. And Thomas Howe has made the argument that what Meade should have done was just attack on a broad front. Or what I would say, which is go find the Confederate flank and outflank them. But instead,
yeah.
Meade will attack on a concentrated front. And what is the result, Luke, when they attack on the concentrated front?
Total bloodbath, total
Yeah,
bloodbath, absolute
yeah,
lopsided casualties.
yeah, butchery. They lose
Yeah,
2,000 men in like 30 minutes. It's absolutely terrible. It's one of the Second Corps' worst days of the war. Of those 7 brigades, one brigade has like one commander get wounded, then another get wounded, then another get wounded. Most famously, the Irish Brigade loses Colonel Patrick Kelly. Patrick Kelly had been with the 69th New York at Bull Run. He'd commanded the brigade into the wheat field at Gettysburg. Kelly was considered the heart and soul of the Irish Brigade. When he dies and it's announced at Meade's headquarters, half of Meade's staff just cries because he's been there the entire time. And he's known as like the bravest of the brave. So to lose him is heartbreaking. And yeah, the Union takes advanced positions, but they barely come close to the Confederates at all. Most embarrassingly, all the way on the right flank, an entire, I think it's the 7th New York Heavy Artillery just surrenders like hundreds of men, including their flag. Absolutely disgraceful.
oh yeah, that.
But there's one advantage the Union gets. The advanced positions they take, they hold. And on the morning of June 17th, 9th Corps is coming up. And then you get Potter, who is a division commander under Burnside, who conceives of an attack on the Confederates at Hickory Hill. Potter is easily one of the best division commanders in the Army of the Potomac. He's one of the most popular men. He's a competent tactician. He is brave. There's very few things you can hold against Robert Potter. And so he conceives of an attack on a Confederate position on that morning, and they overrun the whole thing. This is Bushrod Johnson's old brigade. We're talking like veterans of Shiloh and Chickamauga. It's like 1,200 men. They lose 900 guys in 30 minutes because they're overrun. Brilliantly conceived attack. And so the Confederate right flank has been compromised. But the problem is, to follow up the attack, they have to rely on who, Luke? Who they got to rely on in Burnside's corps?
James, the one and only Ledlie.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone's
Now,
favorite alcoholic.
I did read a thing where they said that Ledley was probably drinking because of medical reasons. And I can kind of see that. Like we only have like two or three photographs of the guy, but he just has this look on his face like, I'm screwed.
I mean, to me, like, you're saying he's drinking for medical reasons. I mean, was his medical reason alcoholism?
No, he had suffered some bout of malaria and he was in a lot of pain and apparently had a painful death too. Like, he had bad health. Uh, I think the real tragedy of James Ledley is that they allowed this to happen. Like, if anything, James Ledley wasn't, as far as I've read, he wasn't running around being like, "You should give me a division." It was like it just kind of happened, you know.
So he's like the one guy
Uh,
who didn't actually seek it out and got it anyway.
yeah, and also the division he's in Ninth Corps uh, had several commanders either die or leave. One of them was Stevenson. He died at Spotsylvania. Then they got in Thomas Crittenden. Thomas Crittenden of
Yeah, the
Mary Had a
former
Little
Corps
Lamb.
commander Thomas Christie.
Oh, you know about the Mary Had a Little Lamb story?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So everybody, sorry. So Stones River, somebody wrote that they ran to Thomas Crittenden, who was known for three things: uh, getting laid, getting drunk, and what's the other one too? Oh yeah, getting laid, getting drunk, and command of swear words. So they ran into him just drinking whiskey after and the lull, the Battle of Stones River, just singing drunkenly, "Mary Had a Little Lamb." That is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever read about a general in the Civil War. So Thomas Grierson was the division commander. He steps down. Ledley is in command by accident. Right? Uh, Now, one could ask, does anybody notice this? Well, Grant and Meade. Grant knew Ledley sucked, but he didn't make any moves, partially because Ledley was connected to William Seward, Secretary of State. I don't know about Meade's take on Ledley. Burnside somehow thought Ledley was decent. And this is one of the problems with Burnside. There's a lot of good things about Burnside, but one problem he has is he's kind of detached from things. William Marvel makes that point in his very good Burnside biography that, Burnside would just make a plan and go, all right, guys, go do it. And it's okay to do that, but Burnside wouldn't even change things when things were going wrong. And Burnside's affable nature also meant he was more likely to cut people slack. So, on the one hand, Burnside was really good at making friends. A lot of officers in the Army of the Potomac were very loyal to Burnside and liked him personally. On the other end, Burnside somehow got into his mind that Ledley was decent. And it wasn't like he wasn't getting political favors from Ledley. They weren't like best buds. They weren't like fist pumping each other or anything. He's just that detached. I think Ledley's fine. When your division commander is a raving alcoholic who is suffering intense medical pain and is partially drinking to end the pain. Yeah. So anyway, Ledley's division is supposed to follow up Potter, and they completely failed to. So the Confederates reinforced their right flank.
Yeah. You are you gonna go over the reason why they failed to?
No, you go on, man. You go, dude.
Because he drank so much that he had passed out into a puddle for the rest of the fucking battle.
Oh wait, this will come later with.
No, it comes later. Oh,
No. You're right. No, in the morning no. What happened is that's right. He got drunk the night before. All right, so he fails to get his men aligned. Later on, he will get drunk and fall into a puddle. That's would be a later attack. Now, Meade's having a lot of problems. Of course, William F. Smith hates him. He can't hardly coordinate with Smith. Uh, Meade does what I consider one of the most bizarre things an army commander's ever done in the middle of the Battle of Petersburg. After Burnside sees the positions he does, Meade's reaction is to write a letter to his wife. Now, some of that is because Meade, by this point, literally thinks Burnside is stupid. He has a very low opinion of Burnside. Theodore Lineman, who was in Meade's staff, and he has an excellent diary of the war. He writes about enjoying watching Meade and Burnside next to each other, and like the Schadenfreude he gets from watching how awkwardly they interact with each other. So yeah, Meade writes a letter to his wife. Burnside then attacks again with another division, this time Wilcox's division. They are butchered in a terrible attack. It was like 1,000 casualties for just about nothing, really. The other Union Corps not do anything. William Smith won't coordinate. Now, in the meantime, Grant, instead of reinforcing Meade, sends part of Meade's army under Butler at Bermuda Hundred, under Horatio Wright. Horatio Wright to me is kind of interesting because he gets better later in the war, but at this point he sucks. He's terrible. But why does he have his position? Because he's friends with Halleck. Anyway, so Horatio Wright is sent to reinforce Butler. Butler orders an attack. Wright says he won't do it. And soldiers who are around the tent heard Wright and Butler yelling at each other, like screaming at each other. Butler said something like, "I send you a command and you've given me an excuse." So Grant will decide to swap out 6th Corps for 18th Corps. Now, being fair to Grant, by this time Lee had reinforced the Bermuda Hundred region, had counterattacked. Grant might have been nervous, like, oh my God, I could lose Bermuda Hundred. But at the same time, I'd be like, Grant, fuck Bermuda Hundred. Put all your troops into put all your troops into Petersburg. Put them all there. What are you doing sending men to be commanded by Butler, who you know definitely has talents as a commander, but battlefield tactics is not one of those talents. So why are you taking men away?
I just realized Butler looks a lot like Alfred Hitchcock.
I see you pulling up on the stream. I see you pulling up on the stream. None of the images here, not even like the editing like book cover, make him look like good at all.
Well, wait, okay, 2 things. So the moment you said that, I was like, you're right. And then I started hearing the theme from Alfred Hitchcock Presents, dun, da, 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 dun, da, dun. And also,
and then this guy comes.
In 1861, Butler's like a big hero in the North. And one of my favorite Butler images is from 1861. And he just they try to make him look as heroic as possible. So it's in the Library of Congress. And they have Butler like in a resplendent uniform with a horse who's looking all dramatic. And Butler's got like these epaulets and everything. And you're like, wow, they're really trying to make this walrus guy look like a hero.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go, man. So what happens is, so I really think this is dumbfounding to me, is that Grant is not reinforcing the point of decision, which is Petersburg. And what'll happen is that Burnside, on the night of June 17th, conceives an attack with Ledley's division, because, remember, Potter and Wilcox have already been in it, and Wilcox has suffered terribly. But Ledley what is Ledley, Luke? What is he right now? He is...
pissed, drunk, passed out in a puddle.
That's exactly right. So command falls to Jacob Gould. Jacob Gould is actually a really good officer. A very heroic man. So Gould takes over the division, attacks the Confederates, and penetrates the line. And this leads to what is considered by those who are involved in it. Many of them said this was the most savage fighting they'd encountered in their life. We're talking hours of hand-to-hand combat in a very small area. I've actually literally read about 2 officers in this attack actually getting into a sword fight in front of the men. I'm like, wow, like an Errol Flynn movie or something? And Gould penetrates the line. But 2nd Corps suffered horribly on June 16th. They do attack, but it's not enough. They might have relied on 5th Corps, which was to the south of them. But the problem is 5th Corps is led by Warren. and Warren needs any excuse not to attack. And understandably for Warren too, he had been involved in some dumb attacks, and he didn't want to see his men get slaughtered. So I understand, but still, he's ordered to attack, and he's very sluggish. You know, uh, and he barely faced anything in his quadrant. And so eventually, after savage combat, Gould's lodgment in Beauregard's line is reduced. By the way, Beauregard wrote after the war that when Gould penetrated the lines, he said, "I believe this was like the death knell of the Confederacy at that moment." And that's something else too. We mentioned about Burnside's detached. In fact, Burnside, apparently I found out, Burnside didn't even know that Gould was in charge. He thought Ledlie was in command of the attack the whole time, even though Ledlie's passed out drunk in a puddle. That's how detached he is.
I love that detail so much.
Yeah, God. And Meade's staff, when you read about their stuff, they actually don't know that a penetration's been made. Yeah, get your bed. And you compare that to Beauregard. Beauregard was like going to his men, encouraging them, placing regiments. When that lodgment happened, he rushed to what reserves he could. He organized one of the counterattacks. I mean, Beauregard is in top form. And by comparison, the Union command is lethargic and pessimistic. And in my opinion, here comes one of the most brilliant maneuvers in the entire Civil War is Beauregard falling back from that line to a reserve line. On June 16th, Beauregard understood that his line was exposed, not the best line. So he had militia, some soldiers, and slaves start digging another line behind the line he had on June 16th. He decides the night of June 17th, he's got to retreat. So he has to order a night retreat to a reserve line. The night retreat is brilliantly done. Well organized and led. There's very little confusion, and when the Union does attack the next day, they don't grab like 1,000 Confederates. They only grab a few hundred. Only a few hundred of Beauregard's men didn't know what was going on. So, just a very gutsy move and superbly executed. And I believe the fact that Beauregard did this gutsy move and pulled it off as well as he does is one of the reasons why I think he is in the top 5 for Civil War generals. That's my thing that puts me over the top for him. It's a brilliantly executed maneuver. In the morning, the maneuver's so well done that in the morning, the Union Army doesn't even know that Beauregard's retreated at first. They thought he was still there. That's how well done it is. Well, June 18th, the Union Army advances. They gobble up, some Confederates who hadn't gotten the orders or were too tired or whatever, so a few hundred men. Not really that many. And cautiously probe towards the main Confederate line. Now, by that time, during the entire battle, Beauregard has been sending letters to Lee. And if I'm going to fault Beauregard for anything, it's that his letters to Lee were erratic. It would go from, "Come here and reinforce me and we'll counterattack and crush him," or, "Oh my God, I'm about to be overrun, send me what you got." And I think some of that is not only the fact that Beauregard could be temperamental, but also I kind of think Beauregard was trying to goad Lee. Like, well, he won't reinforce me because I say I'm overrun, I'm outnumbered. Maybe he'll reinforce me if I say we can counterattack. So I think it was also just like a psychological desperation on his part. I think he was special pleading. But the night of June 17th into the morning of June 18th, Beauregard sent a series of messengers, one of which said, "If you do not reinforce Petersburg, the city falls." Lee is finally roused from his stupor and sends almost the entire army towards Petersburg. Now, Lee had decided that early in the morning on June 18th, but the third messenger, Giles Cook, really makes it clear to Lee, like, no, you don't just reinforce Petersburg the next day. You reinforce it now, right now. And that's important because Meade's orders for June 18th are to attack with the entire army all along the line. And I say that because remember June 17th? Remember how he's like writing a letter to his wife?
Yeah.
He has no command of the army. He's not coordinating anything. On June 17th, the point has been made by Thomas Howe and others, and I think Wilson Green makes the same point. I think that if Meade on June 17th attacks the entire army, he overruns Beauregard. He doesn't. He doesn't coordinate anything. Ninth Corps launches a series of separate division attacks, two of which happen to actually do some damage. Think if the entire army goes at them. On June 18th, Meade finally sends the entire army at them. But it's too late. Lee's on the way. By the time the Federals find Beauregard's last line and start to attack it, Lee's veterans arrive. Battle's done. It's over. But the Union doesn't know that, so they continue to make a series of attacks that result in horrific casualties. The two most famous losses, one is the wounding of Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain, who was commanding a brigade. He suffers a horrible wound that many thought was going to kill him, and he was close to dying. And most infamously is an attack by the 1st Maine Heavy Artillery. Now, heavy artillery regiments were posted to Washington. They are regiments trained both to man cannon and to fight as infantry. They're meant for garrison work, but because Grant was suffering such horrific casualties and because Lincoln backs Grant to the hilt, they start shipping off these garrison troops to the Army of the Potomac. And they mostly just suffered horrific losses. And the 1st Maine suffers the worst. 900 men charge, over 600 go down in like 20 minutes. None of them reach the Confederate lines, by the way. They're just slaughtered in the field. By the way, very moving monument to them at the Petersburg battlefield, which had the names of all the fallen written on it, almost like the Vietnam Memorial. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the Vietnam Memorial took some inspiration from that one. It's a very powerful monument, very strong.
Was that unit probably together for a really long time before they got deployed?
Yes, they were.
So I guess that accounts for the closeness and listing literally all the names then.
Yeah, a lot of the heavy artillery regiments they were like formed 1862 as normal. Some of that is normal infantry, but they were referred to heavy artillery to serve in the garrison. They were signed there. Yeah, nothing else to add to that.
Yeah, no, nothing. I mean, it's horrific. It's a very difficult thing to write about too. I mean, writing about battles can be hard in general, but I've had to write about the 1st Maine twice now because I have another Petersburg book coming out, which has in some improved maps, and I corrected what I consider a few errors in my first book, which I want to return to and do a second edition with more research and stuff. But the point is that I've had to write about the 1st Maine getting slaughtered over and over again, and it's bad. I don't know, that one just sickens me. But also because of the cold calculation behind it, by the way. Their division commander was Gershom Mott. Gershom Mott's the kind of guy who would nail a nail into a board with his forehead. Okay? And Gershom Mott chose them to go in because they were inexperienced. He said something like, they don't know exactly how bad an assault is, therefore they might make it the whole way. That was his thinking.
Okay.
Which
that's
there's a bit of cold logic to it because you do have veterans who, how can I say this? Like, there's a certain kind of veteran units that have been in it so much they're not going to make your attack, right? Which means that they may not see all the possibilities in front of them. They might be too careful. But this isn't the case. This is a slaughter pen. There is nothing you can do. Gershom Mott is following the orders he gets from Meade. And by the way, Meade had a complete breakdown. I should have said this. Meade became so frustrated with the inability of his corps commanders to coordinate. And by the way, Meade is awful at coordinating corps commanders throughout the Petersburg campaign. And he literally told everybody, just attack wherever you want to and do what you want. And that led to a whole series of attacks. And, all these attacks I'm talking about June 18th, none of them came within 50 yards. Now, Derek, you read my first book many years ago, and this has stuck out to me. You wrote to me in an email that reading about June 18th was very difficult because it's a bunch of Union attacks that have no prospect of success. They're just going to die. That's it. That's all they can do. Is just run up to the Confederates and get shot like dogs.
So I guess,
And that's what happened
as you were saying, like, they
match.
still didn't really even know what they were up against.
They didn't. The thing is, some of the units did, and they would go up there and be like, "Oh, whoa, whoa, we're hanging back," you know. Now, the corps that did the best was Ninth Corps, and that's one of the best parts of the Petersburg battlefield is where you're at the lines between Ninth Corps and the Confederate line where the crater will happen. You can see how the terrain really influenced the attack and then influenced the Battle of the Crater as well. You can really see it there. Uh, but yeah, they don't know what they're going up against, but at a certain point they do. Mott is following orders, but he also sent those men to die. You know, and everybody around that said that, like Robert McAllister, the brigade commander, a New Jersey guy, had been in so many battles, he knew it was horrible. Uh, Daniel Chaplin, who was the commander of the First Maine, just breaks down. Um, and he looked at the veterans and pointed at his men and said, "You've called them cowards, but they went where you would not go." And it was Chaplin died later, and it was said that Chaplin was so broken by seeing his regiment destroyed that he sought death afterwards. You know, um, and of course, any regiment will talk about points in the war that were terrible for them, but when I've read letters by the men from the First Maine, or you read the account, like they have a regimental history, you can just read the heartbreak of being sent into an attack that has no chance of success at all. So anyway, everybody, sorry, that's a hard thing to write about. That I've had to write about a whole bunch. you know. Anyways,
Has it ever been tempting to just copy paste from a previous book you've done, or?
of course, of course, man. Oh man, it's just fucking terrible.
Yeah.
That does remind me. Oh, I'm sorry. That does remind me, though, everybody. I am returning to Petersburg. It's one of the reasons we're doing this because I'm doing 5 volumes for the emerging Civil War on the Petersburg campaign, and I do need money to make maps for this whole thing because I've got to make like 30 something maps, and publishers give you not a dime to make maps. And so I will say when people complain about Civil War book and go like the maps are bad, I'm like, how much money did the guy have? Like seriously, a publisher will
Yeah.
give you not a dime for maps. You know, so I'm also another reason for the stream is I don't have the money for it. I got to raise money to make the maps for 5 volumes of the Petersburg campaign. And for what we're talking about today with the Battle of Petersburg, which I know went into a lot of detail, but is one of my favorite battles, my baby. Yeah, sorry, I just got the proof for it a few days ago, and we're already mapping out how the other volumes will go. So that's the other reason for this. Anyway, you were saying, Luke?
What was I saying? Shit.
I don't know, man. Happens to me too, man. Happens to me.
I don't think I was saying anything. Anything. I think you were just going see now.
Oh, me? Oh, well, whatever, man.
I,
No, Petersburg,
uh,
June 18th is Petersburg, June 18th is it's just horrible. It's just men going to get slaughtered. No Union soldier will get within 50 yards of the Confederates, and the handful that do are promptly made prisoners. You know, uh, and this is one of the biggest battles of Civil War. There'll be no other battle after it that's as bloody as this one. So this one is on par with the Shiloh, Stones River Wilderness in terms of just like horrific casualties. Um, and this is one of the Confederacy's last strategic victories. They have held off the Union at Petersburg when the Federals had a chance to take it. Petersburg falls, war's over right there. It's done. Once Richmond falls, it would be over. But that's not going to happen. The war is going to go on. And that leads us into the Petersburg Campaign. Anyway, got any thoughts, Luke?
Yeah. When I was reading your book on Second Petersburg, my greatest takeaway was that all the arguments of if only Smith and Hancock attacked, during the night or like early morning on the 16th, they could have taken Petersburg. And I'm just looking, it's like no, the best opportunity for them to take Petersburg was just on June 16th and 17th to just take the troops you had there and just flank their line. Because they didn't have enough troops to man the whole fucking line there. So,
Exactly.
but they failed to do that. They every single day, like me would just send, and usually, from what I've read, it seems like the attacks were just concentrated on one corps per day. Like the Second Corps would went in on June 16th. The Ninth Corps gets slaughtered on June 17th. Of course, the 18th. It's a whole a mishmash of troops. Fifth Corps kind of commits.
Yeah, June 18th also should be noted. June 18th, they all suffer badly. Second, Ninth, and Fifth Corps. Although I would actually say Fifth Corps suffers the worst on June 18th.
Yeah.
Now, our thoughts oftentimes are drawn towards the First Maine, understandably because of the horror of what they went through. But actually, Fifth Corps is the one that really gets butchered on June 18th. I would say.
Yeah.
They all get mashed up on that day.
Yeah, I say my greatest takeaway from the battle is that reading on that battle makes me lose all respect for Meade as an army commander. Like he dropped the fucking ball harder than anyone ever did in the entire. It is unfathomable how badly handled that battle was. If someone more confident than Meade in coordinating troops, or we're just realizing, hey, maybe their entire line isn't completely manned. Maybe I could flank somewhere while pinning down with half my force. Doesn't cross his mind.
Well, yeah, you're mentioning the flank thing too. It isn't like this is some like random historian's idea. Officers around him, like Barlow, for instance, was like, "Hey, why don't we flank this line?"
Yeah.
And Meade's like, "No, go attack some entrenchments." And yes, I really view Meade now as a commander whose abilities degraded over time. I agree with Bryce. Bryce is very negative on Meade at Petersburg. I agree with him. In fact, there is a rebuke of Meade as a commander by his own officers after the crater, during the investigation about the crater. They actually say, like, you're really bad at coordination, dude. He is. But the thing is, he was fine in 1863. He's good at Gettysburg. He's good at like Mine Run. Like overall, he's doing decent, right? And I think a lot of the breakdown is that his corps commanders hate him. Right? Hancock's his only ally. That's it.
Yeah, and Hancock's fucking losing it.
We didn't even mention that David Birney took over on June 18th. So
yeah,
during the First Maine's attack, you have a guy who's like never commanded a corps is now in charge. You were mentioning Warren. Warren and Meade were close at one point. Right after Petersburg, Meade says fire Warren. Grant doesn't do it though, because if Meade tells Grant to fire somebody, Grant goes, "Nah, not really." Which is funny because, Grant will never remove Meade, but he'll also never fully back him up either. It's a bizarre relationship.
Do you think he wanted to prevent Meade from building a loyal core of followers within the army, so that way Meade will never really have a lot of prestige to challenge him?
I don't think so. It's hard for me to tell what exactly is going on there, because on the one hand, William F. Smith after this battle goes to Grant and says Meade's a moron, throw him out. And by all accounts, Grant thought what Smith was saying was disgusting and unbecoming of an officer, and so Grant removes Smith to protect Meade. So you come at Grant saying, "Let's get rid of Meade." Grant gets angry. Meade comes to Grant and will go like, "Get rid of this guy," and Grant will go, "Nah, we'll keep him."
Damn.
It's it's dysfunctional. It's dysfunctional.
Yeah, it is so bad. I thought Smith's removal had more to do with his machinations against Butler. Like reading about that in Wilson Green's Volume One Campaign of Giants, I had a fucking headache following what the fuck was going on there.
Oh, and we don't even fully know. We don't even fully know exactly what happened. And you're right. A lot of it also had to do with him going after Butler. Butler's good at army politics. But Smith also went to Grant and said Meade's a moron, and Grant had a very negative reaction to that. Very negative. Um, you know. So and also when Grant would send messages back to Halleck and Stanton about Meade, it was always just high praise. Like stuff like Meade's the best tactician I've ever met, kind of stuff. You know. So they just have a bizarre relationship. But to be fair, Bryce recommended this to me. This excellent dissertation called Grant's Lieutenants in the West. You ever read this?
No, I've not. I've definitely on my list still.
Read it.
Um,
Or remind me. I'll send it to you. This dissertation is excellent. It's entirely a breakdown of Grant and his relationship with his officers in the Western Theater and from 61 to 63. And it's the guy's name is like Franklin Delano Nickel or something. You can tell when he was born, right? Anyway, so
yeah.
um, he makes the argument that Grant Grant's command is a complete disaster, and he's winning partially by luck and Confederate incompetence. And he's also one of the first guys to say it's all about Halleck. That he dissects that everybody that Grant likes is friends with Halleck, and everybody Grant dislikes, Halleck dislikes. And he's pretty much saying, he's like, yeah, Grant figured Halleck didn't like the guy, so Grant decided he didn't like the guy. But he says that Grant's command is a complete mishmash and a disaster. And I'm not fully in agree with him on the Western theater, but I think that Grant's methods of handling personnel has completely failed at this point in the war. That's what I'm thinking. You're going to back Meade, but you're not going to get rid of who Meade says you should get rid of. What in the hell are you doing then? However, to talk real quick, what about Lee though? Right? Because I mean, did Lee know Grant was going for Petersburg?
Yeah.
No, he
No.
was slow. Now, you ever read Clifford Doughty's biography of Robert E. Lee?
No. Honestly, I need to get my hands on a good bio on Lee. I just don't have any on my shelves. Most have been
You
focusing
know,
on Western theater stuff. Only got a handful of Eastern theater stuff on hand, mostly Gordon
Mike.
Ray's books.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Gordon Ray. Oh, good man too. So here's my here's my theory about Lee when it comes to this. Is I'm Lee biographers, right? So have you read Freeman?
Douglas stuff. No, no,
Yeah.
I've definitely nothing like that sort. No,
All
I
right.
there's a lot
So
of classics I haven't read. So
Dude, I got a lot of respect for Freeman because he is an excellent writer. I mean, superb command of the English language. He actually has very good analysis of personalities, but he loves Robert E. Lee. I mean, he loves the guy, right? But I've told people that if you're reading Freeman, you're reading like the gold standard of the Lost Cause. Like this is the gold. This is the good stuff. All right. It's excellently written. There's some good analysis in there. It's poetic. It's compelling. Doughty is like the Lost Cause. Only you want to go to sleep. Uh,
oh god,
no interesting analysis. Boring prose. I despise Clifford Doughty. Yeah, I despise the guy. He's terrible, right? His analysis of Petersburg is it's Beauregard's fault that Lee didn't get there fast enough.
What? How?
It will this well, and to be fair, Wilson Green says something of a similar thing because Wilson Green really likes Robert E. Lee, from what I can tell, and it's the idea that Beauregard sent confusing messages, and that just confused Robert E. Lee. Um, and I will give Doughty and Greene, I will agree with him insofar as Beauregard sent confusing messages, but Lee reacted slowly and poorly to the situation at Petersburg. And furthermore, Lee's command situation is screwed up, right? Jubal Early proved to be a decent corps commander. He's already sent him to the Shenandoah Valley, where he's going to, beat Hunter at Lynchburg and then invade the North. What about A.P. Hill? Lee should have fired this guy. Like, it's people will say like, well, who could replace him? I'm like, I don't know. Just fire the guy. Like A.P. Hill was a terrible corps commander. His health is piss poor. The only thing A.P. Hill is going for him is the soldiers still like the guy. That's it. That's all I found. James Longstreet was wounded at Wilderness. They replaced him with Richard Anderson, and Anderson has done well so far at this point of the campaign. What I do start to find the Petersburg campaign is Lee actually starts testing out different division commanders to see who's good and who's bad. But it still remains, why don't you fire A.P. Hill? He just won't. John Horn, he has a book on Jerusalem Plank Road coming out soon. John Horn has told me that he just thinks that Lee liked Hill, and that, in his words, Hill was one of Lee's pets. That's what he called him.
Wow. That's a pretty condescending way to put it.
Oh, well, I mean, like John Horn is very blunt with me. He's like Hill is bad.
I mean, I have to agree with him. Like look at his track record. I cannot name a single battle where he's on the field as the corps commander and they do well because of him.
Do you think the reason why Lee liked him so much is because he saved the day at Antietam, and then Lee was always great?
I'll say that, because A.P. Hill had a massive track record as a division commander under Lee. That goes back to the 7 Days, to the and of course Antietam, where he basically saves his ass. So.
The thing is, Hill is a division commander. Is one of the very best of the war, right?
Yeah, They you call him a division commander. His division was like a mini corps, like 6 fucking brigades. It's ridiculous. Had to be split up after he was promoted because common sense prevailed.
Yeah. yes. And I mean, Hill is personally a very fascinating man. And I don't think this is entirely a case of Hill was promoted to his level of incompetence. On one hand, it is kind of true because Hill was a very at the front commander, but so was Longstreet. But Longstreet could balance that. Longstreet could balance between, and actually so could Jackson, could balance between, handling a corps, planning it, but also being at the front with the troops. They're very good at balance. Hill wasn't, but also it's a health thing. Hill's health is getting worse and worse and worse. I've read somewhere that they think that if Hill had not died in 1865, he just would have died 3 years later. In bed, probably screaming in pain. So it also looks like health is a big part with him as well.
Weren't there a few guys who were in terrible health during this war or some others, and then as soon as the stress of the war was over, they were fine?
Yes, there's quite a few like that. One of my favorite ones is Daniel Ruggles, who commanded a division at Shiloh. And when you look at the guy, I mean, he's like one of the fattest, ugliest men you've ever seen in your life. All right. Yeah. And by the way, everybody hated him. He was despised. I was reading some letters by one of his staff officers, and his nickname for him was the Ogre. He lived 40 years after the war. Or 30, 35 or 40.
Man.
Yeah. But his health was poor during the war. Actually, another one was Beauregard. Beauregard's health would several times in the war got very bad in high stress situations. Now at the same time, though, I think Beauregard had more resilience than he's given credit for. He had throat surgery, which imagine the horror of throat surgery in 1862.
Yeah, it would be pretty scary. Yeah.
He had throat surgery, was at Shiloh, and then commanded at Corinth, and then he took a medical leave. He didn't ask Davis, which was a mistake. But I think Beauregard was so disoriented and probably on painkillers that he was like, he just was delirious when he was playing for his medical leave, which he definitely needed. I mean, he was in horrible health at the end of the Corinth campaign. So
Also, I just thinking, I remember seeing Beauregard, one of his coats in that Confederate museum in New Orleans, and I mean both he
Yeah, I
and
remember
AP,
seeing that too.
yeah,
Yeah.
both he and AP Hill were also very slight of build.
Yeah.
yes, Beauregard, short. I was described as short, compact, but muscular. Uh, Beauregard was known for like in West Point, he like kicked a ball out of an arena, which nobody had done before. I mean, he was actually really, really strong. But yeah, slight of build though. It's like a small, muscular guy.
Yeah, so wiry.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
What
something
made a great place clicker, it seems.
probably.
Yeah. Several teams in the NFL need that after last week's.
Wait. You mean better than Norwood?
I cannot remember who Norwood is. I don't know all the kickers. Just
Oh my God! All right. Norwood, man, wide right for the Bills.
that guy. Oh Jesus.
God, I mean, Ace Ventura: Pet Detective is based on this dude. Oh, and so is that movie. What's that movie? I think it's like Gallo did the movie. You know what I'm talking about? Where like the guy gets out of prison and he wants to go kill the guy who missed the kick for the Bills. Um,
Yeah. I remember hearing about this. I heard that from like a document. Someone did a video essay about yet Yes is Fragile, about how that song includes Heart of the Sunrise and other prog rock standards and shit. So I definitely need
yeah.
to check out that film. I need to look it up.
Oh yeah, no. Scott Norwood is the only football player I know who has two movies tangentially based on him, and about how like one of them he's the villain, and the other one's about a guy who wants to kill him. Like, man, there's like screwing up in sports, and then there's Scott Norwood, which nothing against Norwood, man. I mean, it was a hard kick, but still, it's like, oh my god, like,
Yeah.
that's it. That's what I want to say. Like
I mean,
when he did, and this ties into Petersburg, okay, because one of the things it's infamous for is that the Bills radio guy was like, watching the Super Bowl. This is the first Bills, the first of the four that they lose in a row,
yeah,
right?
the first of four they lose in a row. So it's not
This
even
one,
entirely his fault that they had three other chances after that. It's exactly like Baldy Smith. Everyone shit talks him for losing the battle when they had several more chances after him.
you know what? Thank you for mentioning that about that because Smith screwed up. I do think there was a missed opportunity with Smith and Hancock, but every Union commander for me at Petersburg on June 15th, 18th is to blame. They're all to blame. They all screw up, right? But in the case of Norwood, he will always also be known for, I don't know the guy's name, but was the Bills like radio guy. He's like, Norwood lines over the kick, and he kicks and wide right. And the guy like stops for 8 seconds, which, in like sports, I'm sorry, in radio, that's an eternity. And then he apparently yells, "Oh my god!" It's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
so,
Yeah,
so whatever,
Sean.
Norwood, man. He's
Yeah,
the only
you know,
football player with two movies about him tangentially.
and how much people fucking hate his guts.
And but you're right. It's a Baldy Smith situation. A bunch of other stuff went wrong. That first one is so painful because the Bills lost to the Giants by like 2 points or something, right? I mean, they weren't blown out of the water.
Yeah.
And also, man, it's Jim Kelly's Buffalo Bills. It's one of the greatest teams that ever hit the fucking field.
Yeah.
like
Sean,
the Giants didn't beat scrubs. They beat one of the greatest teams ever. God,
yeah. Yeah. Sean, one of these days, we should convince Dersides here to do a stream where you and I just talk about like football history, just random insane fucking stories from like even like modern stuff, but especially like some of the older shit like my dad's from Georgia Tech, so he always reminds me of that time they beat up Cumberland Tech 222 to nothing.
Oh God, I love that story. That's so good.
It's such a ridiculous fucking game to read about.
Oh no, man, I love like oh no, I love throwing in well any kind of sport. Like I love baseball too, and I should probably watch more baseball. But before I take a quick break here, you ever read the book "The Bad Guys Won"?
I remember it, but I remember the title, but
Oh,
I
it's
don't
so
remember
good,
what's
man.
about
It's
it.
about the 1986 Mets, which are they're fucking great, right? And
Oh.
they had their own rap song, man, called "Get Metsmerized."
Is it as good as the Super Bowl shuffle by the Chicago Bears?
Well, that's what they were going for, right? And like you talk to anybody in baseball, they'll be like, the '86 Mets are one of the greatest teams ever assembled. And the book actually says at the end, it's like this is one of the greatest teams ever, and then the ownership just destroyed them. Like they could have kept winning. Like they only won one World Series. The book's argument, people would say, is like, yeah, '86 Mets should have won like 8 more World Series or some shit. They were fantastic.
Yeah.
But it's a bunch of like insane personalities. The most famous thing involves Bill Buckner for the Red Sox.
Oh yeah, I remember that the infamous story. I think
Yeah,
Implement
you go like
talked about
everyone's
it.
a Buckner. Like the ball just goes in between his legs, right?
Yeah, he had to
And
fucking move to Idaho so people would stop harassing him.
what's also interesting is that some people felt the most bad for him were members of the Mets. They were like, Buckner, that guy's like a warrior. We embarrassed a guy we respected. Holy shit!
Yeah,
It got through Buckner. So yeah, no, yeah, yeah. So no,
yeah.
old
Yeah,
sports
it's
are
not as hilarious as what I forgot what year it was. It was the Miracle at the Meadowlands. You ever heard of that story?
Oh yeah, I know the Miracle Meadowlands, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Where the Giants offensive coordinators like they had the ball, like they had no time left on the clock. They could have just taken a knee, but he was like, that is disgraceful. We're not going to do that. Taking a knee. That's just cowardly shit. We're going to run a play. They run a
And then
play.
Herm
It
Edwards
gets
just grabs the fucker. Yeah, Herm Edwards,
and,
man, like future fucking coach of the Jets. Yeah, he just grabs it, man. Actually,
yeah.
by the way, last one before I go though. Herman Edwards had an interesting thing. They were talking about his Eagles versus the Raiders in the early '80s, and the Super Bowl was in New Orleans. Now their coach is Dick Vermeil, and Dick Vermeil was very much kind of a bit of a pioneer in some ways. He's very much for a coach of the time. He was very much based on morale and scheming, as opposed to a guy like Bum Phillips. Bum Phillips would say shit like, "We got some good boys in this team. We're winning some ball games," like he wasn't that guy, right? And Dick Vermeil's Eagles after the Miracle Meadowlands, they're in New Orleans for the Super Bowl, and Vermeil had them like just training and training, right? And Herm Edwards said, "Man, I got back from like some really hard day of training, like getting ready for the Super Bowl. I turned on the TV, and the New Orleans station was showing the Raiders on Bourbon Street with a bunch of girls with big tits drinking and yelling and having a good time." And he said, "Huh, are they confident or complacent?" Anyway, the Raiders kicked the shit out of them. I'm saying that because we always have this like plot in our heads about like you got the complacent team, which is a true thing, right? You got a team that gets complacent, or a country in a war, or whatever it is, right? They get complacent, they get beaten. But then you have ones who are just like, no, we're actually just that good. We don't need to train that much. We're that amazing. We're gonna hang out on Bourbon Street, do hard drugs, have hard sex, and we'll destroy you the next day. And that is what the Raiders did. So anyway, I need to take a quick break. I know we went on about the actual Battle of Petersburg longer than planned, but we do need to do Jerusalem Plank Road and the crater. I'm going to defer to you more on the crater because for the books, which I'm raising my money for, I've been writing about the crater a lot, and I will say before I go, that is one of the most difficult things I've had to write about. The crater is horrific. I mean, no battle's fun. All battles are intense, horrible bloodshed. but some are just special. And you know when you're writing about it. And the reason you know is because the actual soldiers will tell you in their letters and memoirs and diaries that they think what I just went through is one of the most horrible moments of the entire war. And that is the crater. But before that, Jerusalem Plank Road. I'll be right back, everybody, in like 5.
All right, same. I'm also going to take a couple minutes.
All right. See you guys too. BRB.
Hello? Anybody else there? Ah, guess nobody. Ah, hope this hope this stream is sorry. Hope the stream is going well for everyone right now. Um, can I say yes? Where did we leave off? I mean, not the Raiders beating the Eagles in like 1982, 83, I want to say. It was roughly around that time. Yeah, yeah. Anyways, no, I'm doing more about Petersburg campaign. Um, I will say before everybody else comes here that if you're in that area, I definitely highly recommend checking out the Petersburg battlefield. Well preserved. The area for the crater, which covers not just the July 30th crater attack, but also Ninth Corps' attack on June 18th, which we mentioned a bit. It's just
I am
very well
back, by the way.
preserved. Oh, you're back, man?
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
I just ran to
excellent,
grab
man.
water. Getting parched.
Oh, dude, same thing, man. I know I've been talking a lot here, but it is the battle. It is sorry, it is the Battle of Petersburg, and Civil War battles is the second one I'm most obsessed with. After Shiloh. Yeah. Which I haven't been to the Shiloh forums in a bit, but I have to go check that. I posted something that I know would be controversial for fun. Um, well, what happened is somebody was like, look at this letter that proves Grant wasn't drunk at Shiloh. And I'm like, yeah, Grant wasn't drunk. Like, I've only found one account of Grant drinking at Shiloh that I find semi-credible. And I'm not even saying I fully agree with it. I'm just not going to totally dismiss the thing. That's all. So I like to mention it, be like, okay, this guy says Grant had a little to drink. But in the same message, the pro-Grant people would love the fact that it said Grant didn't drink at Shiloh. If some of the things said only people who hate Grant talk about him drinking, I'm like, you're right. I really haven't found much evidence for Grant drinking during battles or active campaigning. I really don't run into it. He drinks when things are boring. That's when he drinks, I found. But I also said, yeah, his soldiers were really pissed at Grant after Shiloh, like really angry. And I said, yeah, they didn't accuse him of drunkenness, they accused him of incompetence. One of the strongest letters I ran into was a guy who literally talks about how he fantasizes about hanging Grant, personally.
Damn. Sounds like one of the administration officials who didn't get rich during the Grant presidency.
Man, after Shiloh, I've read 5 different letters after Shiloh where soldiers talk about how they just want to kill him. And by the way, every letter after Shiloh is like Buell's awesome. And it's so contrary to our experience, right? Because, Grant gets a big tomb, he's a hero. Buell's seen as like this cautious, incompetent. But right after Shiloh, if both those men died, you'd have completely different memories of them. Completely different views of who they are. And what's also interesting is that after the war, Grant, especially after he's president, Grant's veterans defend him and say, we didn't need Buell. If you read the letters of the time around Shiloh, I mean this, guys, all of them say, oh my God, thank God for Buell. Without Buell, we were destroyed. They all say that. Like every one of them. But after the war, you got to be like, I didn't need no help. Oh man, God damn it.
Actually, if anything, I mean, my one regiment by itself would have been sufficient if we just had more space. If those other guys had cleared out and given us the space to operate, we could have handled this.
Yeah.
Oh, I've actually run the equivalent thereof. Now, that being said, you do get some stuff after the Civil War by a few guys who are like, hey, Buell was really important, guys, right? But I've read multiple accounts in the National Tribune where they say we literally did not need Buell to drive the Confederates away on April 7th. The second day of Shiloh. To which I'm like, that is one of the dumbest, boldest claims I've ever read in my life.
Yeah, because if you don't have Buell, like who the fuck's gonna be able to push back Beauregard at that point? Like the freshest division you have is Lew Wallace's, and it's a large division, but it's not gonna be enough.
Luke, you're not reading this right. Lew Wallace, according to these people, is the Ric Flair of generals of the time. Okay, right?
What do you mean?
What the fuck does that mean?
What does that mean?
No. Literally, Luke. Like the veterans who have said we didn't need Buell just say we had Wallace. That's all we needed.
But didn't like Grant after that battle immediately get that guy kicked out? He's like, "Fuck you! You nearly lost me this battle by not being there on time," and these guys are.
Yeah. Also, man, I really gotta give credit to Grant on that one. Dude, this was brilliant. Think about this. So Grant fucks up at Shiloh horribly. Now, Grant does make some very good decisions, but he was surprised. It's his fault, ultimately. To deflect blame, he blames Lew Wallace, who is Grant's commanding officer.
Halleck.
Who is Halleck hate? Wallace.
Oh.
Wallace. Grant? No. Halleck and Buell had an interesting relationship. They had a departmental spat that Halleck won, But Halleck, when you read his letters, he goes, "Man, I think Buell's a good officer. I just don't like the guy." Right? But Halleck literally said sending soldiers under the command of Lew Wallace was committing murder, which is fucking stupid. Lew Wallace
Yeah,
is actually a good general. Like Lew Wallace was misused, and
yeah,
actually
yeah. Yes, this is great.
yeah, yeah. So, but Halleck's just like, I don't like the guy. Fuck him, right? So
Yeah.
Grant, God, okay. So you've all seen the great movie Jaws, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So remember you got the two kids with the shark fin, and when they get caught, the guy like the one of the kids points to the other kid, and they got the water going in his mouth. He goes, "He made me do it. He talked me into doing it." That's what it is. Grant just did that for Lew Wallace. And Halleck went, "Yeah, you're right. I really don't like that guy. Yeah, okay. I'll blame him." Because as another thing about Grant should be noted is that Halleck definitely raked Grant over the coals over Shiloh personally, not in public. Not in public. All of Halleck's letters, he defends Grant. That he sends to Stanton, that he sends to newspapers. However, I have a decent amount of evidence that in private, Halleck took Grant into a cabin and apparently just yelled at him for an hour or 2 hours about how stupid he was. And then in public was like, Grant did just fine. Don't remove him.
Yeah.
Um, and I know I talk shit about Halleck, but I really mean this, guys. He is the master of army politics that I've ever seen in my life. He's when it comes to army politics, this guy's a genius. They should do a whole West Point class just on how to do army politics. Just study Henry Halleck. All right.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I feel like you should
So anyway,
write a
guys,
book on just the politics of the Union Army.
I thought about that. It would be like my idea for the title was Ulysses Grant and the Politics of Command. And then like, dissect the letters, the diary entries, and be like, A is connected to B, connected to C. Um, and this person, the reason I don't like him is simply personal. It has nothing to do with their competence, really. Like I mentioned Buell, right? And Buell ran afoul of Halleck, but also Grant and Sherman. And keep it in mind, Sherman and Buell were friends before the war. Buell helped Sherman get a job in Louisiana. And what's interesting to note is that when Buell landed at Shiloh, because Buell has very much has an inflated sense of who he is, and Buell also had the charisma of a mule. Buell ignored Grant and just went right to Sherman, and I have one account that says that it was Sherman and Buell who planned out the second day of Shiloh together. Also, Buell and Sherman both said that the map that Buell uses at Shiloh is provided by Sherman. So Buell looked at Grant and said, "You're a dumbass. I don't care what you have to say. I'm going to go talk to my friend right now who I think is competent." He
Yeah.
ignored Grant and just talked to Sherman. Later on, him and Sherman had a very bad falling out, right? And there's just so much that's just personality involved with these people. But another part of me is like, I don't know if I want to like spend years dissecting petty letters and diary entries between prima donna assholes.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like you kind of have like a good enough starting knowledge of all this that you'd be able to put it together relatively quickly.
Yeah, but that's because I have a low opinion of humanity, and I just think people are, they're dumb, they're petty, they're based on pleasure based stuff, and uh, you know, eh, um, it might sound arrogant, but the thing about a lot of Civil War historians is a lot of them are map and technology nerds, which means they don't understand people. And I'm like, guys, this is all personality based. They'll be like, oh, why did he keep this general? I'm like, because they're friends. You know, like
Right.
look at Jefferson Davis with Theophilus Holmes. Luke, what do you know about Theophilus Holmes?
He's old and he sucks. Uh, that's about it. And also, he's friends with Davis, so he hangs around for no reason.
Here's a big one. What about Lucius Northrop? What do you think of him?
I have no idea. I've heard his name. I isn't he like the quartermaster general of the Confederate Army, and he just sucked so bad that he just got basically deported.
Yes. Now, here's the thing about Northrop. Northrop actually isn't that bad at his job, but he's a complete asshole about his job. And Northrop and Robert E. Lee despise each other. Like, they both write letters where, like, the other guy's dumb, you know. Now,
Oh,
Davis likes both of them, right?
right.
Here's the thing about Lucius Northrop. Lucius Northrop and Jefferson Davis were officers together on the frontier. And what they actually were known for was pranking their commanding officer.
So he's basically like Davis's high school prank buddy.
Yes, yes, they're frat bros. They're frat bros.
By putting the guy that spikes drinks at parties with drugs, putting him in charge of the quartermaster department for a country.
I'm just imagining Northrop is in the lineup and goes, "Hey Davis, pull my finger." No, they're frat bros, man. Or Sherman and Ord were very close friends. And, Ord, for that reason, is also friends with Halleck, which means Grant favors Ord. Sherman and Ord used to camp out in California together. I mean, they didn't write it down, but think about the kind of conversations they had, the kind of bond they had, right? So, unless Ord was literally just hacking innocent civilians in front of Sherman, Sherman's like, that guy's cool. you know, like Ord would have to commit a horrendous mistake, you know. And I also say that because John Pope. John Pope to me is really fascinating because his memoirs are actually pretty decent. And for a guy who was known for making a lot of enemies, his actual memoirs are very forgiving. Almost, I think he was like you find this with Grant as well. It's like you're near death, and you're like, you know what? I'm tired of making enemies. I'm just going to throw praise around everywhere, right? Pope was Halleck's anointed. When Halleck leaves Corinth to become commander of the army, he says, Pope, you come with me. Grant, you can go fuck yourself in Corinth, all right? So he takes Pope with him to Virginia, and he's trying to weasel Pope into commanding all the armies. And McClellan sabotages him, and God, that really, he got second Manassas. There's another disaster for you, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
When the
yeah.
battle,
I have Tennessee's book on my shelf. I need to
God,
get
that's a
into
good book,
reading
man.
that.
Return to Manassas, Return to Bull Run is a good book, excellent book, right?
Yeah, it should be
But
titled "Return to Manassas" because my opinion on battle. I remember working with the Warhawk group back in the day, and they named their first Bull Run video first Manassas. People were asking, "Why do you name it first Manassas and it's not Bull Run? It should be first Bull Run." Well, because Confederates want it, so they get dibs.
well, interesting you mention that. The Union name for Shiloh is Pittsburgh Landing. That's what
Yeah,
Grant called it.
yeah,
You know, Shiloh just took off, right? But
yeah.
but still, people refer to it as Pittsburgh Landing. And also, must say, um, I mean, Bull Run sounds good. And also, man, like in 1862, yelling Bull Run was a Confederate war cry.
Oh,
Oh yeah, they go in charging multiple battles and just yell Bull Run. But anyway, I don't know. Manassas fine, but I just like the way Bull Run sounds. But anyways, why doesn't Pope get another command? Think about it. Why doesn't Pope get another command afterwards? I mean, other generals did worse and still had commands. The reason is because Pope was so pissed off that he started bad mouthing Lincoln and Stanton to the newspapers. That's why Pope doesn't get another major command until like 1865, well, late 1864. One should keep in mind, though, when the Civil War ends, John Pope has one of the major commands in the Union Army, the Command of the West. He replaced Rosecrans. And Grant's words about this were something like when Grant fired Rosecrans in late 1864, he said something along the lines of, "I can think of no greater punishment than to give an army to Rosecrans." So he fires the guy, puts Pope in command, because Pope had minded his tongue just long enough to get under command. But Pope enraged Stanton and Lincoln because he badmouthed both of them right after Bull Run. I'm convinced if Pope had just kept his fucking mouth shut, Pope would have been command at Antietam.
Man.
Yeah. That's my personal opinion on that one, though. I'm sure a John Pope fanatic or expert might disagree with me, but that's just my take on it. But Halleck shielded Pope. He made sure Pope was never without a command in the Civil War. He just wasn't in command of another army or major frontline command until like the end of the war. He was sent up north to go fight Indians in Minnesota, right? But he's never out of work. He's always employed. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
his headquarters was in the Saddle. What the hell good would he do in an office?
Well, his hindquarters.
God.
But it's funny. The last thing I'd say about that is like he was such a disagreeable ass of a man, but when he's an old man, he writes his memoirs. He's just very gracious.
Really?
Yeah. His memoirs. I think Peter Cozzens edited them, and he actually writes. I think he writes something the equivalent of, "This man is shockingly gracious, considering what the hell he wrote during the war." It's almost like as an old man, he was like, "Well, the it's all over, and what's the point of fighting these battles? You know what?
Yeah.
You're all great guys."
Yeah. It's like the inverse of Bryce.
The inverse of who?
The
Bryce?
inverse of Bryce.
Oh no, the inverse of David Stanley. Now that if you want to read bitter memoirs, read David Stanley. Which I love. I love that fact he's so blunt. That's one of the best memoirs ever. But anyway, so back to the Petersburg campaign. The Union has lost the battle, everybody. So what happens next?
The siege.
Not yet. Not yet. But soon.
All right. So Grant realizes, okay, we can't assault anymore, so let's just cut the railroads to the south and force Lee to abandon the city. Essentially, is what they're going to go for, which is kind of what Sherman would try to do in July when he gets to Atlanta, starting in July.
And always remember, Grant was always go by the left flank, the wilderness, Spotsylvania. He's going to do the same thing here. Grant probably should have, to quote my Aunt Sally, he probably should have taken a chill pill right now. All right. In fact, if anything, he tells Meade that and says, "We're going to rest the army." And then a day or two later, he's like, "Let's attack again." But you're not going to attack right into those entrenchments. Grant ain't stupid. He knows if they attack those entrenchments, they're going to get slaughtered. So yeah, cut the rail lines to the south. Exactly. But the problem is you have an army which is so weak, blasted to pieces. Theodore Lineman, who I mentioned earlier, he was in the Meade staff. His explanation for why they lost Petersburg was perfect. He said, "You can't strike a full blow with a wounded hand."
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, yeah, it's a good. No, Theodore Lyman's diary is superb for that. It's well written, very insightful.
What about what's the state of the Confederate Army at this point after the 3-day, or I guess 4-day battle for Petersburg?
Battered. They suffered heavy losses, right? With high morale. You read the Confederates at this time, their morale is high, but they're also under pressure. They are saying things like, "Oh my God, all these friends I've lost, and this general's gone, and this guy's dead, but God damn it, we've stopped the fucking Yankees at every turn." So they're defiant. That's the way to put it. They're battered, but defiant. Right? The Union Army is demoralized. And I know we've like by talking about soldiers writing negative stuff about Grant. In this period of the war, it's legion. Like they talk about how they think Grant is a moron and a dunderhead, and he only won in the West because he was fighting Pemberton. Like they are really negative. That being said,
Oh yeah. Speaking of
Grant
Pemberton, he's going to show up around here because he's a lieutenant colonel serving
he
in
does,
Richmond.
he does. Although he's more important for after the crater when he
Yeah,
goes to
yeah.
Lee
Well,
with a plan.
I guess we'll talk
No,
about that
no,
when we
yeah.
get to the next
Oh
stream.
yeah,
Then,
no,
yeah,
yeah. Pemberton concocts a whole plan for beating Robert E. Lee.
yeah.
That I'm sorry for beating Grant. That Lee goes, not really, dude. Anyway, so the Confederate Army they are battered. I want to keep that in mind. They are talking in their letters and in their recollections about, oh my God, we suffered horrible losses, but we still felt like we can take anything you throw at us. The Union Army's morale is shattered. Meade and Meade's corps commanders despise him and he despises them. Grant is doing nothing to alleviate the command confusion and dissension in his own ranks. James Wilson's memoirs, they can be a little flowery, but Wilson is one of my favorite guys to read about Grant because they were friends, and I think Wilson is one of the best ones for describing what Grant was good at and bad at. And he says that one of the problems right now is that Grant was putting up with fools. I think that's right. I think Grant really should have been firing some motherfuckers right now, but he's not. Because Grant ultimately wants everybody to be hunky dory and for it to be a happy household. Now, if you're John McClernand, I want to fire you as fast as I can. Never mind the fact that you're actually a brave and capable battle commander. I just don't like the guy, right? So, what's going to happen is very soon after Petersburg, Lincoln shows up. And Lincoln's entire visit to the Army of the Potomac is fascinating. I think actually I would like to write a short book just on his visit because it says so much about what Lincoln was good with and bad with. Now, on the good end, Lincoln was cheered wildly by the Army of the Potomac because, well, one has to understand, Lincoln came off to these guys as a common guy, as one of them. Multiple accounts say that Lincoln had a winning way with soldiers, partially because he's from them. Not just that, there was the 39th Illinois, which was in the Army of the James. There were guys in there who knew Lincoln from back in the day and were like, hey, Abe, how's it going? And Lincoln's reaction wasn't like, oh, wait, peasant. He was like, hey, man, how are you doing? So Lincoln just had a way with soldiers. Now, when Lincoln shows up with Grant, he goes like, hey, I'm not really here to like intrude on you. I'm just here to hang out. And of course, Grant is ultra gracious because, Lincoln's full of shit. And when I say full of shit, what I mean is that a guy like Lincoln will show up and be like, I'm not here to intrude, but I'm here to intrude, right?
I'm just good
I'm
old
sorry.
honest Abe. I'm just here to hang out and have some tall ones with the boys.
That's the thing is, historians of Civil War, like Doris Kearns Goodwin, write about Lincoln like he's some naive, like, I'm a good man, hook, hook. I'm like, no, he's not. He's a vicious politician. A vicious, ruthless, efficient politician. He's very good at the game. He's very good at going up to Grant and his staff and being like, hook, hook, I'm just here to see what you're up to. I don't want to intrude. Hi, I'm here to intrude. And Lincoln reviews the army and meets with the officers. And he's winning. He's telling great jokes. The Army of the Potomac cheers him wildly. The black soldiers, the USCT, cheer him as wild as hell. Right? Here's the funny one. He then goes to the Army of the James and he's booed. Because of two things. You have Ohio regiments that are in there. These were 100-day Ohio regiments. They're part of the Ohio National Guard. And they agreed to join the Union Army to act as garrison troops to free soldiers for the front, and then found themselves thrown at the front. So they just boo him. They're yelling at him like, you're a liar, you son of a bitch, right? Then he goes to one regiment in the 10th Corps and gives a speech about the war is going to be won in about a week. And I read two different accounts where the people were like, did he think we were dumb? Like, both of them are like, we felt insulted. Like, you stupid motherfucker. We know the war is not ending in a week, you idiot. Thanks for the lame campaign speech, Lincoln's visits, Grant had already decided he was going to attack again. And what you find after Lincoln's visit is Grant gets really frantic with the activity. And this is one of Grant's strong points, is Grant and Robert E. Lee both understand the politics of war. Lee was excellent at making Jefferson Davis feel nice and comfortable. To the point where there are some historians, like, say, Mark Summers has said this, Chris Makowski. Makowski's great, had the American Civil War, great man, right? They both think that essentially Lee played Davis. That Lee practically was in command of the Confederacy in some ways. I get what they're saying. Lee did play Davis really well. I also think there was a strong mutual respect there. They're both men of iron will. They have some things in common. Grant was very good at placating his political masters. So when Lincoln shows up, Grant's like, we're going to attack again. We got this. And I'm not saying Lincoln showed up, made the next attack happen. It was going to happen anyway. But the feeling I get is that Lincoln hurried things along. And so the Army of the Potomac is launched into another offensive. And Grant is conceiving this offensive as a way to cut the last rail lines, take Petersburg, and win the war. So Grant didn't settle down and say, we're here for a siege. He was thinking a siege was likely going to happen, but he's like, let's try our luck again. So he sends 2nd and 6th Corps against the Weldon Railroad, the railroad closest to the Union lines just south of Petersburg. And when they do this, they start to cut the rail line, and A.P. Hill is tasked with defeating the 2nd Corps. And Hill and Lee both turn to William Mahone. Now, Luke, what do you know about William Mahone?
So I want to make a highlight of a comment that was made. I brought up Mahone earlier. Someone misheard me saying that thought I was talking about Patrick Mahomes. I can safely say, I think I could safely say that William Mahone was basically the Patrick Mahomes of General Lee's army around Petersburg. Literally, like
the goat. He's the
the goat. The
fucking goat, man.
Yeah. Like he has a very his career up to this point as a Confederate general was kind of meh. No real highlights to really make note of. And he got wounded at Second Manassas. Did pretty well for most of the campaign. Not so much as Gettysburg. Most of the war, I meant. Like his brigade suffers the least casualties of any unit in the entire Gettysburg campaign. They set out everything.
Accusations of cowardice followed him after Gettysburg. Unfair accusations, but accusations nonetheless.
Yeah.
William Mahone, would you call him a big man? Was he a large guy?
Oh no, absolutely tiny. I think he was. I think it was barely over 5 foot tall. Super skinny. When he was wounded at Second Manassas, they told his wife that it was just a flesh wound. And she said, well, he doesn't have that much flesh on him.
Yeah. One of my favorite ones was one of his staff officers said he was a mere atom of a person.
Wow. He looks like a little bit like Yosemite Sam in some of these.
He does. God, dude, I never thought of that. You're so right, man.
Yeah, he does. He has like one of the most crazy fucking wives with these guys. Like he's I think before the war he was like a railroad engineer, and that kind of helped around. I've heard that helped with him around Petersburg because they were fighting along a lot of the railroad lines he helped map out. So
he admits it after the war. He has a line. He says, "I knew every inch of ground."
Right, and then after the war, he runs in politics as a Republican in the Readjuster Party, aligning both black people and ex-Confederates behind him in one of the weirdest political movements of the era.
Oh yeah, but they could do that because a lot of it had to do with debt.
Yeah.
So there was that, an issue where you're like, okay, I know you two don't like each other, but I can get you to agree on this, can't I? Yeah. So yeah, no, readjuster movement, absolutely fascinating. Um, that being said, Mahone, a middling reputation before this. He is actually the senior brigadier general in Lee's army, and that is how reluctant they were to give this guy division. Now, Mahone, when he writes about things after the war, he can be a little too bold, a little too overstating. We have several lines that we've attributed to Lee, such as him at Sailor's Creek saying, "My God, is my army dissolved?" We only get that from Mahone. And want us to keep in mind that that line is followed by Mahone going, "Well, this division is still with you." He's trying to, make himself look better, right?
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
Lee
and
did.
that instead, he was right because his division was like one of the few intact ones left after that battle.
Right. But that's the thing is like that's what makes it really tricky is because you're like, wait, his division was intact and Lee's army was collapsing. Maybe he's telling the truth, but you just don't know, right?
Yeah.
And even like some of Mahomes admirers would say that guy could be fast and loose with the truth,
Yeah.
But that being said, I kind of do believe Mahone when he went up to Lee and said, I will attack the Second Corps like this." And Lee's essentially saying, like, "I want you to drive these people from the field." And Mahone goes, "I got this." Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but I believe that discussion between Lee and Mahone actually happens. Something about that rings true to me. That Mahone looked at this and was like, "I've got this. I understand this." And Mahone and William Tecumseh Sherman are some of the only two men I know in the entire Civil War who they get better as you promote them.
Yeah. Agreed on that. Absolutely.
It's ridiculous, right? I mean, I'm a big Sherman fan. Sherman is a fantastic theater commander, a commander of multiple armies. What a horrible brigade commander.
Yeah. And
Right.
kind of crap army commander too, I'd say.
Yeah, yeah. No, you can make that point there. I'd also say though at Chattanooga, he's like emotionally distressed and was also given kind of a dumb mission too,
Yeah.
in some ways. So no, I'm not trying to absolve him though. Sherman's terrible at Chattanooga. I'm just saying that there are some other things going on. But anyway, point is that Sherman and Mahone, it's like you promote them to a certain level and they go like, "Huh, I got this." And I guess one thing they have in common, besides the fact they're both very thin, slight people, is that Sherman and Mahone are highly intelligent and really are good at thinking big picture, actually. If that's what you want them doing. Now, in the case of Mahone, he's thinking on divisional level, but actually Sherman was a good division commander. Mahone's looking at this and being like, "I know every inch of ground." And he has his division go into this ravine that the Union doesn't protect, and then they attack the Second Corps in what is called the Battle of the Jerusalem Plank Road. And they roll up the Federal left flank. One cannot overstate how embarrassed the Union Second Corps is from this battle. Like one officer I read some stuff from. He literally says, "There was hardly a battle. We just gave up." Uh, because you have a battered corps. You've got brigades that are on like their fifth commander in 5 weeks or something. And then you're attacked by a bunch of howling Confederates out of nowhere. And these men are tired and it's hot and there's a drought going on. So the Union Second Corps is shattered at the Jerusalem Plank Road. Now, when I say the Corps, not the entire Corps, but in particular, the divisions led by Francis Barlow and I want to say Gershom Mott, not Gibbon. Gibbon's able to get his men reformed, and some of his men get chewed up, but they're actually able to reform and hold the Confederates off. But it should be noted, Mahone attacked with 3 brigades. That's it.
Yeah, that's the insane part of this battle, reading up on it and just how much damage he did. He does it with 3 brigades. And he does it like over and over again throughout like the Petersburg campaign, where he only attacks with
Yeah.
3 brigades and he Brout's entire corps.
Yeah, and the other two is like his own his own Virginia brigade, which had the 12th Virginia in it, had a bad reputation going into 1864. They're considered one of Robert E. Lee's worst brigades. And by August 1864, people were like, man, these guys are like the Imperial Guard of this army. You know, uh, so it's one of the most ridiculous turnarounds I've ever seen. So Mahone attacks. Also attacking in conjunction with him was Camden Wilcox's division. Now, what do you think of Camden Wilcox, Luke?
Uh, Wet sandwich. Uh, uh,
Oh,
like the only interesting thing about him is that apparently he was buddies with James Longstreet in the pre-war army, and also was at Grant's wedding. Uh,
yes.
he was one of the groomsmen alongside with Longstreet there. So
You mentioned Bryce. Bryce thinks Wilcox is a moron, is incompetent.
yeah.
Uh, I actually, me and Bryce got into a disagreement about that, and I said that Wilcox is one of these crapshoot commanders because he did really well at Peebles Farm, which is later in the campaign. This is not one of his shining moments, but that's because Wilcox is not a creative commander who takes initiative. And here's where I'm really going to fault Hill. Mahone went to AP Hill and said, "This is my attack plan." Mahone, from what I can tell, tells AP Hill, "Throw Wilcox in." And Hill was like, "I will. You have overall command." So Hill abdicates command of both divisions to Mahone. Hill goes to talk to Wilcox, doesn't make it clear. If you believe Wilcox, and I do believe him on this one, because Wilcox's defense, I think Wilcox is saying, like, hey guys, I got bad orders. That's what he's saying. I think Wilcox did. Is that Hill did not make it clear to Wilcox that Mahone was in command, and Hill did not make it clear to Wilcox that he was to attack full force. So Wilcox attacks this division in conjunction with Mahone, but the terrain was extremely rough, and he did not attack full force. And Wilcox says, I wasn't told to attack full force, and I believe Wilcox on that one. That being said, another reason I believe Wilcox is that Wilcox, his attack wasn't half-hearted. He suffered hundreds of casualties, so it wasn't like, horrible losses, but enough to where I'm like, you did actual fighting. Like, he wasn't just messing around. He was involved in some intense skirmishing with the Union forces, and his attack pinned down 6th Corps. Although, to be fair, in this battle, Horatio Wright could have been pinned down by the Little Rascals, or the Three Stooges. They could have pinned the whole corps down. But still, Wilcox striking does pin down 6th Corps. So, could the Confederates have won bigger? Definitely. I don't blame Wilcox. I blame Hill. Hill didn't properly coordinate. He didn't make it clear to Wilcox exactly what was going on. And I think that's the thing about Wilcox is you got to tell him, I need you to do this, this, and this. You had to be very specific with that guy. That's what I could see. Now, in the case of Horatio Wright, Wright, as once again, he gets better later in the war, not right now. This is Wright at his worst. He hardly attacks. He doesn't coordinate with Birney. He spends a lot of this battle exchanging testy messages with Meade, and both men at the end of the battle decide the other guy was incompetent. Most of the army sided with Meade. Sorry, a lot of the Army of the Potomac afterwards thought that Wright was so incompetent in this battle that he had to have been drunk the entire time. Because his 6th Corps was they were lazy, man. They really didn't do much. And then they got attacked. See, the attack Mahone made was on June 22nd. June 23rd, Wright's advanced forces are attacked by cavalry and Mahone. And have you ever read about this battle, Luke? Ever read about this fight?
Yeah, I've read about this in Green's book. And they
Good,
overrun.
good book. But that's the book is like Sad Affair on the Weldon Railroad. Good book. Good book.
Yeah, and
Oh no! I'm sorry. No. You said green, so you're talking. I'm sorry. You're talking about Campaign of Giants. My bad. There's an
yeah,
entire book just on this part of the battle called "Sad Affair on the Weldon Railroad." That's a good book. But anyway, keep going, man.
yeah. Where basically was a forward line of a couple battalions from the Vermont Brigade under Lewis A. Grant, unrelated. Uh, I think it's
I
like
like this. Like in parentheses, just unrelated.
yeah. Keep in mind, this brigade got fucked hard at the Wilderness. They got an influx of the 11th Vermont, which was a heavy artillery regiment that had like 1,700 men when they joined the brigade. Uh, and they lost heavily, uh, also at Cold Harbor. But and then here, I think this is like their heaviest. They lost like 1,000 men or something prisoner sent straight to Andersonville
Oh yeah.
because
No, they suffered. Actually,
because
one of the most famous photos of Andersonville, where they're filling a burial trench, is a burial
yeah,
trench for Vermont soldiers.
yeah.
Yeah. No, they June 23rd, Mahone attacks, and yeah, he captures hundreds of men from Sixth Corps from their advanced positions. This is one of the big moments for the Florida Brigade, which goes into the fight with like 150 dudes. Now, sorry. Now, keep in mind, the Florida Brigade had some new regiments. Mahone kept them in the back to man some trenches. He allowed these very depleted regiments, like Second Florida, which had like 80 dudes or something, right, to attack into the flank of the Federals. He relied on them though because every man in the brigade is a hardcore veteran, ready to go in there. And the Federals surrendered to them and then looked at them and said, "Oh my God, we just surrendered to like 150 guys." you know, but they got around the flank and went right into the rear at the same time. So did some other units as well. So yeah, Sixth Corps on June 23rd suffers something like, I want to say, 600 to 800 casualties, and Mahone suffered like maybe 100, maybe 200 at most. Horrible day for the Sixth Corps, and that leads to a lot of people in the Army of Potomac having a very low opinion of Wright. And that's something to keep in mind too. David Birney was in command of Second Corps at Jerusalem Plank Road when they got flanked, and Birney was not blamed for it. Meade didn't blame him. Hancock didn't blame him. Birney was prickly about it though. Like he thought he was being blamed at first, and then everybody was like, "No, you're not to blame." Everybody blamed Wright. So what's happened both days in this battle are blamed on Horatio Wright. Yeah. And I have to agree with that. Now, that being said, my criticism of Meade would be poor coordination between between the two corps. And Meade was being very erratic. He would send an order to advance and then one that said stop and take a defensive position. And then 5 hours later, it's like, you should really advance. That's erratic. I think Wright was correct to criticize Meade for that. You know. But yeah, so this concludes the Battle of the Jerusalem Plank Road. The Federals lose like over 4,000 men. The Confederates around like 1,000 maybe. It's a really lopsided battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at the same time going on is the Wilson-Kautz raid. So I mentioned James Wilson earlier has been, I believe, the most shrewd commentator about Grant because he liked Grant, but he wasn't blind to his failings. But at the same time, Wilson at this point is command of a cavalry division. So is Kautz. Do you have any opinion about Kautz?
Why would any human being have an opinion on Couch?
I mean, because I do, man. Come on.
I mean, to be
Okay,
honest,
I know. In all seriousness, like he seems fine as a small division commander, rating officer because he did well during the rating operations during the Bermuda Hundred campaign.
Yeah, the first raid. Granted, the second raid was dumb, and Kautz himself said we really shouldn't do this. I need some rest. And Butler's like, Oh, go out there again, boy. You know?
Yeah.
So I will
Yeah.
admit, like of all the names we've said so far, I've remembered pretty much all of them from reading your stuff back when I read it. Couts is the one name I only remember the spelling, but I have no idea who this man is or what he's responsible for. You could
I'm
tell
pretty
me
sure
that
he's
this
like a.
guy is like a science fiction writer who's obsessed with Martian life, and I'd be like, sounds about right.
Couts wasn't very good, man. He his command was known for good rating, but really poor discipline. And that poor discipline, what happens is Wilson and Couts, because in conjunction with Grant having Second and Sixth Corps cut the Weldon Railroad, and then in Grant's idea, cut the South Side Railroad, which is the other one linking in. He also sends Wilson and Couts on this big cavalry raid. Now, in one respect, the raid is a success. They caused a lot of damage. They destroyed a lot of track. The Confederate railroad network was messed up for weeks afterwards. But in doing this deep, hard hitting raid, they suffered heavy, heavy losses. And it's been said the only reason they weren't destroyed was because most of Lee's cavalry had been chasing Sheridan and fought the Battle of Trevilian Station, so they were exhausted. Although both Hampton and Fitzhugh Lee will fight Couts and Wilson later in the raid, and they stomp them bad. Like they capture all their cannons, they burn all their wagons, they make both divisions incapable of hard combat. But I mentioned Couts being known for bad discipline. On his raid, there's a lot of looting, thievery, and there's one big fight they fight, which is Staunton River Bridge. Um, and it's some people I've been talking to recently around here in the French Quarter, talking about tactic stuff. Like one person asked me, "Is like, why didn't the Union Army just have repeaters for everybody?" And I'm like, "Okay, you've got a good point there. We all know the Prussians are going to adopt repeaters in mass and really, really kick ass in the Austro-Prussian War. But the Prussian army is very well disciplined. The Union Army isn't. It depends on what regiment you're in. So Wilder's Lightning Brigade in the Western Theater, they fight Hoover's Gap. They have those 7-shot Spencer rifles. They know what they're doing. They don't just expend their ammunition quickly. They're disciplined. And they win. Couts' men have repeaters. One of them, the 1st DC Cavalry, they have Henry repeaters. What happens at Staunton River Bridge is his men are so poorly disciplined, they shoot all their ammo, and the Confederates still have ammo, so they're just shooting them willy-nilly. Think about that. Think about how dumb that is. They just fired all their bullets off, and they're like, well, we're out of ammo. And the Confederates are like, well, I mean, I know our guns don't have rapid fire, but we still got bullets, And Wilson, who was in charge of the whole raid, had a very low opinion of Couts and his cavalry. They're the Couts could have his moments, but they were few and far between. But the raid did cause a lot of damage to the railroads, but it ends with Couts and Wilson's divisions being cornered near Reams Station and routed from the field, and hundreds of them captured. By the way, Mahone's involved in that one as well. So absolute disastrous raid. At the time, Grant was like, "This raid was a success." Afterwards, when Grant was older, he was like, "God, that was dumb."
He was right
so
on both accounts.
Yeah. I mean, boy, that's the thing. The second volume for Petersburg that I'm writing, I mentioned, I'm like, if the Union had actually won some battles at this time, this raid would be considered brilliant. Costly, but brilliant. But the fact is, they got their asses kicked, so this raid is a waste of time. Yeah. So, anyways, so Wilson and Couts are back, and that leads us to the crater. So, if you wanted to know, oh yeah, now the crater very soon after the failed attack on June 18th, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Pleasance, I believe, of the 48th Pennsylvania, I believe that's the regiment.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm talking like a day or two after is going to Burnside and being like, we can dig a mine under the Confederate lines and blow the thing up. You know? And Burnside says, great idea, man, let's do it. No one else thinks so. The rest of the entire Union Army thinks it's a joke. Meade gives almost no support to Burnside at all.
Still there?
What?
I'm here.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we're here,
Hi.
dude.
Oh, sorry, you all just cut out there.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. So anyway, what I was saying is that Meade gives no support to Burnside at all. Burnside enthusiastically backs the mine, even though he does give two prominent politicians a tour of the mine, which creates too much fanfare. But in some ways, Burnside's low reputation helps with the mine, because it means some Confederates don't take it seriously at all. They're like, oh, Burnside? Huh? I mean, that guy who, like, had his men get slaughtered at a bridge at Antietam? Who cares, right? Or, wait, you mean Burnside of Fredericksburg fame?
Also, it's funny because I guess, spoilers for much later, but Burnside will be involved in another wackadoodle experiment.
No, you're thinking of Butler.
No, Burnside is involved in that one battle where they try to set off a ship and have a shockwave.
No, that's Butler. That's
Butler.
That's Butler for, yeah.
Okay.
I will say Burnside does get into some wacky shit afterwards, like during the Franco-Prussian War. He heads over as like a neutral observer to help and tries to negotiate the surrender ceasefire during the siege of Paris.
He does? Oh my god!
Yeah. I remember
amazing.
watching was like Real Time History or something like that. Some YouTube channel did like a week by week coverage of, or like month by month coverage of the Franco-Prussian War. And that just came. I was like, what? He's involved in that too. Just out of nowhere, just Burnside. Just guess I'm here now. Yes, guess I'll do something about this.
Sheridan was also an observer during the war, and I want to read the whole letter, and I want to read the entire letter to get the entire feel for it. But apparently, he sent a letter back saying we could kick both France and Prussia's ass.
I don't think I think Emory Upton was also, didn't Emory Upton go to the Prussian army to view their side?
He was like, these guys are awesome,
Yeah. So two completely different opinions.
Yeah, but keep in mind, I think Sheridan thought everybody who wasn't an American was pathetic.
Which is funny because isn't he Irish?
Yeah, but he's a real American Irish, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Irish in the Nile.
But Upton was so impressed by the Prussian way of war. And then, of course, you can get into the whole Egyptian experience with Charles P. Stone and William Loring.
Charles. Yeah. God. Yeah. Yeah, just reading all these B-list Confederate generals just going to Egypt, just we're not doing anything better right now, so let's just fucking go here.
Well, they brought in Charles Stone. He's Union. He was a really good engineer. He laid the base for. He helped work on the Statue of Liberty, the pedestal it's on.
Yeah.
Charles Stone was crucial to designing that. William Loring was brought in because he was like you said, B-list Confederate, right? But he was really
a high
good
B-list, but yeah, B-list.
But he was really good with the dragoons before the war, right? So when he goes to Egypt, they say you're in charge of dragoons. He does really well. Yeah, the Confederates wasted Loring. Loring should have been posted to the goddamn cavalry, okay, not the infantry.
Well, that's interesting. I was about to say he actually would have been a better corps commander than some of the other guys out in the West.
Well, but the Earl Van Dorn one where There's wait. Have you read Lydell's record?
Uh, I have it on my bookshelf. I read through about halfway through it. Didn't complete it. It's very
Love it. It's one of my favorite memoirs. Uh, because he's so blunt. And he
certain. I can
talks
agree
about
on that. Yeah,
he goes to Earl Van Dorn and says, "Man, you'd make a great cavalry commander." And Earl Van Dorn just haughtily looks at him like, "The hell you say?" and just ignores him.
yeah.
And
My,
then
my,
Lydell goes to Hardy and goes, "Man, he was really insulting." And Hardy's like, "Well, yeah, you said he should command cavalry. He thinks that he's beyond that. He should be commanding infantry right now." And we all
yeah.
know that Earl Van Dorn was excellent cavalry commander and shit at everything else, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that reminds me of another story I remember. Apparently, during the Corinth campaign, the Second Corinth campaign, uh, General Bowen uh, went up to him and said, "Hey, where do we need to position my troops?" And in order to show him where to go, he pulled out a napkin and drew a map and showed him. And it turns out that was the map that he was using for the entire campaign was a drawing on a fucking napkin.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and that was like the moment that Bowen knew that this guy, that he was not going to have fun this campaign. that they were going to lose. Yeah, that.
Wait. All right, guys, I pulled it. I got to read this, man. So Lydell says this. He goes to. Also, Lydell says Buell won Shiloh. That's interesting. Yeah, okay. And he also says that Buell was snubbed after Shiloh and should have been given credit. Anyway, so Buell says about meeting Van Dorn, right? He goes like, with studied politeness, he coolly bowed to me without deigning a reply, pretending not to notice this disturbance of his dignity. By him suggesting, "Hey, you should really command cavalry and raid the rear."
Yeah, the word is
He just
Dane.
Dane, thank you.
Yeah.
He just blows the guy right off, right? And then describes his frigid manner. And then also says, "Van Dorn never spoke to me again." And I'm like, what a moron.
So
I mean,
basically,
they never served in the same army after that point, like because Van Dorn was in. Actually, no, he was operating in Tennessee, so they could have bumped into each other. But that not
Oh,
important.
you mean when he got killed for seizing the wrong breastworks?
wait, who got killed for seizing the wrong breastworks?
Van Dorn, man.
Oh god damn! Okay, I didn't know that's how he died. That's fucking bad.
Wait,
Well, he was he was like banging this one woman, and the guy's husband came in and just shot him. Although there's one scholar who looked into it. I say scholar. I'd actually have to read her book, and she makes the case that he was sleeping with both this guy's wife and his daughter.
Damn, multi-generational.
Well, I did read one Southern newspaper that said that Van Dorn was, get this, the terror of ugly men across the South. Oh, so thanks for giving me that pronunciation on that one. I stutter kind of came in a bit on that one. But anyways, so let's see. Yeah, no, he's just like, and then Hardy essentially reprimands Lydell and says, "Well, of course, dude, the cavalry is considered to be lower than the infantry. Why would a guy go from infantry command to a cavalry command? You couldn't expect that from a guy like Van Dorn. And also, it's the guy's name is Van Dorn. I mean, how modest do you think he's going to be, right?"
Well, yeah. Also, it's like the cavalry are the traditional or aristocratic branch, and Van Dorn was a huge slave owner with a lot of pretensions. You would think he'd naturally gravitate to that anyway, to some
well,
extent.
at that point of the war, cavalry wasn't like mass organized. Like during the Battle of Shiloh, there weren't cavalry brigades. There were a lot of like independent cavalry regiments just roaming around the
Yeah.
field, like Forrests and Whartons and Uh,
There was an effort by Albert Sidney Johnston to try to organize the cavalry into something more like a division, but it had only just started. But also, I gotta say, Thersites, in some ways you're right. I think Van Dorn was being myopic. I mean, obviously Jeb Stuart understood not just how well you could do a cavalry, but how much publicity you could get, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
He
And
was in all the
Stuart's an excellent
newspapers.
cavalry. Exactly. And Stuart's an excellent cavalryman. Actually, you mentioned about newspapers. Uh, John Hunt Morgan is just a captain before Shiloh. He is being touted in the newspapers excessively right after the fall of Nashville because essentially newspapers in the Civil War will just grab whatever good news they can and hang on to it, even if it's pathetic, right? So in the case of Morgan, they're like, he's surprising the Yanks and captured 20 dudes. And I'm like, yeah, that'll make up for Fort Donelson. Sure thing. All right. But still, he's in the newspapers. He's keeping morale up. And it's John Hunt Morgan. He's a dashing, charismatic commander, an excellent raider. So John Hunt Morgan was promoted from captain to colonel right on the eve of Shiloh. And once that happens, his command gets big, and then he gets in command of entire brigade. So, I'm going to have to say, I think Earl Van Dorn, even if the cavalry is thought that way, he's being rather myopic, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, we can still name a lot of the Confederate cav leaders. I mean, Forrest, Wheeler, we already mentioned Stewart, Hampton. I mean, those guys
Morgan.
were big names.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, the Federals get their own cast. Um, I would say, in particular, Wilson and Stanley. I know Stanley's not a household name, but Stanley really made the Army of the Cumberland's cavalry into a force that could actually beat the Confederates.
and don't forget guys like Buford and of course Custer.
Yep.
Definitely a household name. That
Oh
guy.
yeah, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, yeah, yeah. And I know we were kind of shitting on Sheridan a bit there, but once Sheridan goes to the Valley, he really does come into his own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't wait till
And
we do the Valley stream one of these days. I could go off about everything going on there.
what? Are you a Wittenberg fan?
Uh, no, I can't say I am. I've read a few books of his. Well, it's not. I won't say I'm a Wittenberg hater either. But
Yeah, no, good historian, but Eric J. Wittenberg. One thing that impresses me is that I grew up with hearing that Sheridan was just like ultimate badass, and he wrote an entire takedown of Sheridan, and a lot of books that are iconoclastic will get shelved, right? Not that one. It's like that book came out, and everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people were like, he's right. And I think what probably helped is that Sheridan is a nasty human being. He's just not a
yeah,
good man.
especially with what happens with what he does to Warren at Five Forks.
Oh yeah, God. Like
That
Warren's like, "Hi, I've routed the Confederate army. You're fired." It's like, "Oh, really? Okay." Oh
yeah.
God. Actually, I know. Quick aside, we're gonna get back to the crater in a sec, but man, Bryce loves Warren.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
just tell.
I'd say it's a bit overblown with him with his love of Warren. Then again, I'd say Warren fits his sensibilities because he's a numbers guy, and numbers guy are like, okay, if you sustain heavy casualties, you're
Yeah.
bad. So if you're a super cautious commander like Warren, then yeah, you're more suited towards it. It's also because he dug up. How Sherman won his campaign in Atlanta by detaching himself from the supply lines and just marching south and cutting the railroads,
Yeah.
the final railroad. Warren suggested doing just that early on in the Petersburg campaign. I think in like early July or something, or like early August. I
Yes.
can't remember when. And
No,
it was
it's
like, yeah, yeah, no, we're not doing that. That'd be
late June.
stupid.
Now late June, Warren suggests that Meade doesn't even answer him.
Yeah,
Uh, I mean, the hatred between the two men is intense. Grant briefly considers firing Warren after Petersburg, which I think he was right to, because Warren did awful at Petersburg. I mean, he didn't attack an open flank; just terrible. And Warren, whatever you want to say about him, he's shit at coordination. He just really is. But that being said, uh, he submits the plan to Meade, what you're talking about. Here's my statement against it. When Sherman does that, he has corps that, yeah, they've been on a hard campaign, you suffered some losses, they're still intact. Warren wants the entire Army of the Potomac to leave its supply chain and just smash the railroads. And I'm like, do you have any guarantee of success? Do you know how battered these corps are? Especially after Jerusalem Plank Road. Because he submits that plan after Second Corps gets routed. So I think Meade and Grant were like, this is lunacy. Like, we can't we can't rely on our own men to keep their position. At the same time, Sherman did not completely abandon his supply line. He still had men north of Atlanta. If the Union Army detaches itself from City Point and wheels over the way Warren thought, and if they run into disaster, that army dissolves completely. So I see it as a do or die thing. If you win the whole war. If you don't, well, as
You
Mayor
lose the
Vaughn
whole
said,
war.
yeah, as Mayor Vaughn says in Jaws, we've got a problem on our hand on the 4th of July. All right?
Yeah.
So I think they should have answered Warren though, because Warren sends this entire plan and Meade doesn't even reply. He just ignores it.
Yeah.
And I think I read an account where Meade read the report and was so angry he just threw it behind his head or something. I don't know. I got to find that. Actually, everybody, I got to find that source again. It's been a while since I read that. But apparently when Meade got Warren's suggestion, he was just like, great, toilet paper. And I agree with Meade on this one. The Army's too battered. It's too much of a risk. And also the way that the supply lines are positioned, and this leads into a big problem. So Jerusalem Plank Road to me is this battle that is underrated in its importance, because it's a week or two after that Grant and Meade actually say, okay, it's a siege. The Army, the Second Corps was routed. Sixth Corps was bloodied the second day. Wilson and Kautz are butchered. And then Early invades Maryland and threatens Washington, D.C. Now, before that happens, Grant had already called in 19th Corps from Louisiana to reinforce him. Now, it's 19th Corps. It's like the worst corps in the Union Army. Their reputation is mostly for thievery and rape. That's really their reputation. And for losing battles to cavalry. Oh, yeah. You ever read about the Battle of Knox Plantation? You know about this battle?
No.
2 Confederate cavalry brigades rout 4 infantry brigades of the 19th Corps.
I assume this is a Tom Green battle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course, man. It's Tom Green. He's like, him and Forrest are like the 2 best cav commanders of the war as far as like a brawl goes. Like, you want somebody to get in there and fight? You want Tom Green, you want Nathan Bedford Forrest. So Green with 2 cavalry brigades routed 4 Federal infantry brigades. It's ridiculous. 19th Corps, there's no way to put it, they suck. All right? But they're still veterans. They've been in some fights. And they were involved in Port Hudson. Now, granted, at Port Hudson, they were butchered horribly, suffered horrendous casualties, and were embarrassed numerous times. The Confederate garrison at Port Hudson, by the way, when the 19th Corps marches in, they yelled, "You couldn't beat us, you just had to starve us." And I'm like, you're right. 19th Corps couldn't beat up your grandma. Okay? Oh. But that means that they are experienced in siege operations. So the entire plan with 19th Corps was they would handle the entrenchments and you would let other corps fight. But the problem is Jubal Early is attacking Washington. And Lincoln's messages to Grant and Halleck's messages are very panicked. In fact, Halleck is all but saying, abandon the siege and position your army where, Luke? Where does he want the army positioned?
Between Richmond and Washington.
My God, it's like Halleck is, he's so predictable, isn't he? So
yeah. No wonder he wasn't allowed to lead troops to the field anymore.
Yeah, yeah. So the wonder is that Lincoln just kept him around. But what happens is that for weeks, Grant will be like, "Yeah, I'll send more men to Maryland." Actually, no, 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 no. I need him. I need him here. I need him here. I need him here. Eventually, Lincoln intervenes and says, "I need more men." Lincoln is correct on this point. That you have the Confederate Second Corps led by Jubal Early, reinforced by the soldiers in the Valley. They're rampaging. They're kicking ass. They burn Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. They win a battle at Kernstown, Monocacy. They're reliving the glory days of Stonewall Jackson. You need men there. So Grant agrees to have 19th Corps sent there, and 6th Corps under Wright. I believe the reason he sent 6th Corps was because he knew that Wright and Meade had no ability to work with each other. And also, Grant was forgiving to Wright, but they weren't friends. No doubt about that. They weren't friends. So they get sent up there. I always like to mention this because a lot of Civil War historians will say, when Grant got to Petersburg, he pinned down Lee. And I'm like, no, he didn't. Lee can still send troops to Early to go mess with stuff. In fact, if anything, the real complaint is on the federal side where Grant has to be like, oh my God, Lee can still do, well, at least part of Lee's army is maneuvering around Northern Virginia, messing with their stuff. I have to send more soldiers over. And Meade very correctly tells Grant, if I don't have 6th or 19th Corps, we have no chance of breaking the Confederate lines. So a kind of pessimism falls on the Union command. They suffered horrendous casualties. Lincoln is very unpopular. The newspapers are blasting them. The soldiers despise Grant and Meade. They think they're both idiots who have led them to slaughter. The army's in horrible condition. But Lee is not strong enough to rout them from the field. And if we can go back to Beauregard, on June 18th, Beauregard says that he advised Lee to attack before they entrenched. And Lee and Beauregard did attack the federal entrenchments on June 24th. Botched attack, horribly coordinated. Confederates lose a few hundred men. I mean, it's not some big battle or anything, but I think Beauregard was right when he says that, yeah, we could beat them tactically, but the moment they got entrenched, they were going to be there forever. So at that point, your hope is, can Early and John Bell Hood win the day? That's what the hope is.
Yeah.
That's when you
Yeah,
know
I'd say that's the case.
desperation mode.
Yeah. That's the thing is, the Petersburg campaign is my second favorite campaign in the Civil War. And one of the things that fascinates me about it is the fact that Lee and Grant, neither one of them are doing that well, and they're both very frustrated. And also, the two main commanders of the war now become not spectators because they're still ordering the major attacks, right? But suddenly, Early and Sheridan, Sherman and Hood, they are who matters, not Grant and Lee. Grant and Lee, as long as they can both hold the line, they now take a backseat to the other guys. Anyway, so back to the crater. Luke, what happens with the crater?
So, mine's dug by the men of the 48th Pennsylvania, and I believe a few other units assist with them, right underneath part of the line called Colquitt Salient. This was manned not by Colquitt's brigade.
No. Not Colquitt Salient. Elliott's Salient. Stephen Elliott.
Elliott's Salient. I thought it was Colquitt's. I guess it was. I guess I'm getting it mixed up with the Fort Stedman, where that was a launching point for that. Okay, so
yes, that's Colquitt Salient. That's near Harehouse Hill. Anyway, yeah. So Colquitt is to the north, and Elliott is to the south. Yeah, that's what we got confused with. Anyway, go ahead, man.
Yeah. They dig it right underneath Elliott's Salient, which is manned by men from South Carolina. A lot of conscripts in that unit. So plan is to detonate it and send in a selective division to lead the assault, followed by the rest of the Ninth Corps. And initially, the plan was to send in the 4th Division of Ninth Corps under Edward Ferrero. This division was made up entirely of black troops. They hadn't seen much major combat up to this point. They had been taking part in skirmishing along the lines. They weren't part of the. They didn't do much in the Overland Campaign. They mostly guarded supply lines.
Yeah, only one regiment. Only one regiment was heavily engaged, and
that was at I think that was at a cavalry action where they were Rossiter's cavalry was raiding behind the lines, and they just ran into this black regiment. They had just been reinforced by a bunch of other regiments. This division wasn't that great at all. For one, Edward Ferrero, his main claim to fame was being a dance instructor before the war.
Not just any dance instructor, sir.
The best in the country. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he had a fucking book published. He is popular in New York, but he also had a military obsession. So he was not only in the militia, but he became the dance instructor for West Point.
That sounds so redundant.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
That sounds like something they instituted in the 1960s, not the 1860s.
Anyway, it's even better. It's even better. When he became dance instructor for West Point, Robert E. Lee was superintendent, and his letters are positive. He's like, I like Ferrero. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Anyway, so Ferrero's division, comparison to Hincks' division, Ferrero's wasn't that good. The main difference is that, as far as I'm aware, Hincks' division had a lot more units that were recruited from freeman populations, like the 4th USET recruited from Baltimore. The 5th USCT, which was recruited from freemen in Ohio, meant for the 54th Massachusetts, but Ohio wanted their own black regiment. So a lot of freemen in those units, which meant that they had better education available to them. So whereas Ferrero's division was made up mostly of escaped slaves. So we're less educated, so they were less good NCOs in the ranks.
Less good NCOs. I'd say the big problem has to do with experience.
Yeah, and less experience in general.
Because Hinks's division, even before they go in Petersburg, several of them have been involved in like raids, and they've also been in the ranks longer too.
Yeah, that too.
I don't know what phrase you would use for that, but it's the kind of thing where it's like, you haven't been in a giant battle, but you are not exactly green either.
Yeah, where you've been in the service long enough, you've seen an enemy soldier every now and then, so you know how to fear death.
You've been involved in military operations. Ferrero's division is not as experienced. Yeah. On the positive
end, plus also they had just received a lot of new regiments, like I think the 29th USCT, which was recruited from Illinois under Colonel Barras.
Okay.
That was a pet project of the state. They weren't as good as the 5th USCT from Ohio, from what I could tell. But anyways, what you were saying?
Well, the other thing too. So some things that helps out the USCT. One, they're eager to go in. They have high morale. Now, it could be said that, of course, that's because they've never been in like a full-throated battle, but still, they got high morale. Ferrero is also one of the only officers who totally believes in the mine. Understand, the mine attack is a joke in the army. Like, Gibbon straight up was telling people Burnside's a moron. Okay? So it was a joke. But Ferrero takes it not only totally seriously, this also really makes Ferrero and Burnside close to each other. Ferrero is part of the plan for the attack. Like he's helping to plan out what's going to go on for that reason. And he trained his men to attack the Confederate entrenchments. Most interestingly of all, to expand the breach and attack laterally down the trenches. So Pharaoh's men were undergoing special training. They're led by a commander. Okay, yeah, sure, he's a dance instructor, but he has been in major battles before. He and the commander of the attack have full confidence in each other, and he has full confidence in the plan as well. So the division its problem is inexperience, but I would say there are more positive than negatives to sending them in. Now, the attack on the crater happens in conjunction with the Federals making an attack north of the James River towards Richmond, which one of Grant's best moves during the Petersburg campaign was very soon after the main battle ended. I'm talking like June 20th. They put up a pontoon bridge at a place called Deep Bottom, so named because that was a really deep part of the James River, so they could threaten Richmond. And that lodgment was expanded as the campaign goes on. Now, Grant, though, gets nervous. Grant got really nervous about Sherman at this time because Sherman is at the gates of Atlanta, and then Grant hears that Hood is in command. Now, an often said myth is that Hood was in command, the Union was confident. No, they weren't. The actual reaction was, whoa, we don't know what's going to happen here. And Sherman himself admitted, Johnson could do the reasonable thing. Hood, we didn't know what this guy would do. And then all Grant hears about with Peachtree Creek and the Battle of Atlanta, also known as Bald Hill, he doesn't hear we've won a victory. He just hears heavy fighting at Atlanta. Grant gets very nervous. So he conceives of a harebrained scheme where Sheridan is to raid the railroads north of Richmond while Second Corps protects him coming back. Think about this. Is there any point to this attack? Raiding railroads north of Richmond? What the hell is that going to do?
Well, nothing. Because not just there's nothing coming in from that direction.
Exactly. It's not just that. Grant's operational strategic orders were usually pretty good. Not in this case. They're really vague. And my opinion is that Grant, in a panic, just said, we got to attack. We got to distract the Confederates to make sure they don't reinforce Hood, who is now fighting Sherman at the gates of Atlanta. I think Grant actually has a panic moment. So he orders this harebrained operation north of the James River that fails. Now, later on, Grant and some other people would be like, oh, that was a distraction for the crater. No, it wasn't. It was not at all. The crater attack, the whole mine attack, Grant, to his credit, took it more seriously than Meade. Meade doesn't care about this at all. He thinks it's stupid from top to bottom. But Grant and Meade are like, now, wait a second. We attacked north of the James, and Lee overreacted and sent a lot of troops there. And they fought a pretty little, they fought a nasty little fight at Deep Bottom. And that's when Grant and Meade go, maybe this mine attack can work. But the problem is twofold. On the one hand, Burnside's idea was not just that you would break through the Confederate lines, not just that you would set off the mine, blow up a giant hole, and then ram your men in. No. Burnside's idea is you throw men in there, and then you expand the hole. And then you take Cemetery Hill. Once you get Cemetery Hill, you got Petersburg. Meade amends the plan and says, don't forget expand the hole, go straight for the hill. Just go straight forward with everything you got. Second, Meade, and Grant supports him, says Pharaoh's division doesn't go in. Now, granted, the men are inexperienced, but they are specially trained with a commander who believes in the attack. But Grant and Meade were afraid about heavy black casualties. And this is a big deal because a big part of Confederate propaganda at this time for slaves was, if you join the Union Army, they will just send you to your death, your cannon fodder. You're just there to make sure white guys live. And supporting that argument is that there were a lot of speeches Union officers gave. One I ran into is by John Logan, where he is talking to his men about emancipation, and these guys are, they're Westerners, they're on the more conservative end, and he says, "Hey, every black soldier who dies spares a white life." And the account I read of that said the men cheered wildly, you know. And so Meade and Grant are not wrong for thinking that this will just help Confederate propaganda if they get slaughtered. But the problem is, who do you send in? And what does that lead to, Luke?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh God, yeah, come on, man.
Instead of selecting,
you gotta do it.
All right, so
Draw straws.
Burnside says, you know what? I can't choose between my three commanders. Should I go with Potter, who is by far arguably the best division commander in the entire army? Arguably
wait. What about Wilcox? What do you think of
Or Wilcox, who's I mean, yeah, he has his low points, but I don't think he'd do that bad. Or how about greatest commander in the entire, or probably the worst commander in the entire Union Army, James Ledley? I can't choose. I'm going to let them draw straws.
Now,
and Ledley would. Well, he doesn't say Ledley sucks, but that's what I'd say in this situation.
God, yeah. And also, Potter was one of the guys who first conceived the mine attack. He was supportive of it.
Yeah,
and actually, so was Wilcox.
It was from a unit from his division that came up with it. Yeah.
No, instead, it's fucking Ledley. We're going to send goddamn James Ledley in there. But here's the problem. Like Marvel pointed out in his biography of Burnside, Burnside thought Ledley did well on June 17th. The evidence we have shows that Burnside didn't look at Ledley and go, "You're a moron." He was like, "Hey, man, you actually did penetrate the lines on June 17th. Maybe this is your time to shine, dude."
I hate this so much. He was passed out in a fucking puddle.
You mean on June 17th or the crater?
On June 17th.
Oh God, it's even worse than the crater, man. He doesn't make it clear to the regiments what they're supposed to do. All right, so he will spin the battle. Now, okay, all right, be fair. When they attack, Potter and Wilcox's divisions are involved. Neither man goes in the crater, but neither man was ever accused of cowardice, and they stayed in contact with their divisions the entire time. Ledley will spend the entirety of the crater just drunk, watching his men die. Don't worry, he's got a buddy. Ferrero shows up. Which is why Ferrero to me is a weird guy in this whole story, because on the one hand, he helps plan the attack. He's serious about the attack. And before and after the crater, he did show heroism. Nobody thought he was a coward before or after. But he sure is in this battle. He just gets wasted with the other guy, with Ledley.
Yeah.
That's so fucking weird.
Yeah, just reading. It was just so fucking surreal reading about it in Wilson Green's book about how they're just sitting in like a bomb proof. They can't even see the battlefield. They just get reports like, yeah, just send the guys in. It'll be fine.
Yeah, everything will be great, dude. We're making it sound like potheads. Like they're just in the back, just smoking a dude. When Pharaoh walks in, he's like Big Lebowski. He's like, "Mind if I do a J?" It's terrible, man.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
Now, wasn't there like that one like HBO? What's like HBO Rome where like Caesar goes up to answers like Anthony, the situation report. I have no idea what's going on. Let's attack. Yeah. That is basically what those guys. So anyways, the crater.
Yeah, no, they blow this giant hole into the Confederate lines. Multiple Confederates are buried alive. The one thing though she kept in mind, the crater was supposed to be bigger. Meade sent less gunpowder than Pleasance requested. And yeah, I'm sorry. Ledley's division goes in. There's a lot of disorganization due to the abatis, Abatis, however you want to pronounce it. And once in the crater, I'm starting milling about. That's the part that gets me. They got into the crater and some people started going like, "Oh, check this out, dude!" Like I'm like, wait, are they taking selfies in there or something? But it's serious though. The Union Army, their coordination and organization collapses almost right away. It also doesn't help that the Confederate entrenchments are very intricate, so it's easy to lose yourself. Another thing that also plays a part. This is understated. Several Confederates knew that there was a mine happening. Beauregard was one of them. Beauregard rode up because he was in charge of the trenches of that area. He wrote up an entire plan of defense in case of a penetration. Like, you have reserve fortifications set up. He had brigades have reserve regiments set up. I mean, Beauregard did an excellent job making sure that the army was ready to react if any penetration happened. And in his memoirs, he spends pages talking about the preparations they made, and he essentially says this is one of the proudest moments of my military career.
Because he got to play engineer.
He got to play. He's trained to be an engineer. He's got an engineer's mind, you know. And when the crater blows up, that's something too that should be noted. While the Union command is like, I mean, we're laughing about it. Of course, it's horrific that these men are dying while these two guys are just like, getting hammered in the back, right? But think about all the dysfunction of the Union command. And also, not just that, Burnside went to Meade and said, well, when I attack at the crater, I should also have command over the corps nearby to support me, which would be 5th Corps, led by Warren, 18th Corps, at this point, led by Edward Ord. Yeah. And Meade says, I'm the commander of these armies. You don't coordinate anything. Meanwhile, the Confederates, while there are disagreements, they set up a competent defense arrangement. And once the crater happens, Beauregard is there right away. Lee is not long behind him, and Lee and Beauregard will spend the battle, observing what's going on and giving their orders. Hill has one of his best moments as a corps commander. He got on his horse and he apparently yelled when he heard the crater blow up and he saw it. He yelled, "I'm going to Mahone." And he goes to Mahone and says, "Pull up what brigade you can. We got to plug the line." And one thing about the crater that's interesting is that 9th Corps goes in along with elements of 18th, 10th. Forgot to mention that 18th, 10th, and 5th Corps, but mostly 18th and 10th to support 9th Corps, right? It's over 20,000 men. The Confederates will beat them with about 4,000 to 5,000 guys. Because those men in the crater, command and control collapses, and they get all bunched together. And also, those divisions weren't trained to go through the Corps. To go through the crater. Farrow's division was. And one thing I found interesting about the crater is that when Farrow's division is actually when the USCT is actually finally committed, they keep the best cohesion. They're actually able to make attacks outside the crater to actually do damage on the Confederates because they had been trained for that mission. And while Burnside certainly made his mistakes by having them draw straws and settle on Ledley, I think John Schmutz, who wrote the best book on the crater, I think he's right. It's Meade's fault. They should let Farrow's division go in there. They were trained for it. And you can see how the other divisions just weren't. And also, they're in an unusual battlefield situation as well. I mean, entrenchments are hard to get through nowadays. Think about back in linear combat. So anyways.
Yeah, not to mention the giant fuck you hole that they just blew up.
Yeah, it's hard to go up the sides of it. Also, one of the things interesting too, there's this great crater painting. I'm forgetting the artist's name. He did a series of Civil War paintings, including a really, really excellent painting of the 54th Massachusetts attacking Battery Wagner. But he did this excellent crater painting, so we're trying to get it for the front of the book, right? And there's this giant lob of just dirt in the painting. And I was like, what the hell? I found out about that. Like when the crater blew up, There were some parts of it that just became giant balls of dirt. I'm talking massive here, just lying around. Uh, so for anybody going into it, it was a bizarre sight to begin with. Yeah. Um, so yeah, poor coordination. Mahone attacks, and of course, this is where it gets really dicey because by the time Mahone's counterattacking, they see black soldiers. And if you're going to have a fight between white and black soldiers, you're going to get war crimes. Two other things play a part in that as well. Confederates were horrified at the fact that they're like, oh my God, these Yankees blew up a hole in our lines. And to be fair to the Confederates, the men who were where it blew up died horrible deaths, being buried alive in dirt. That plays a part. At the same time, apparently one of the USCT regiments came in and massacred some prisoners. I'm not talking like 100 dudes or something, like maybe 12 or something, right? But the word of that gets down the Confederate lines. You already have an army that is predisposed to war crimes when it comes to fighting black soldiers. And then you tell them, hey, one of these regiments just murdered some Confederate prisoners. They're out for blood. And this is why the Crater is one of the reasons why the Crater is one of the most horrific battles of the Civil War. Is the amount of murder that is going to happen in that hole. And we mentioned William Marvel earlier. One of his first books, which he wrote with, I think Kavanaugh was his name. Their name of the book discussing the Crater is the best name to describe this. The Horrid Pit. Yeah. Confederates counterattack and eventually reduce the Crater. And inside of it is just slaughter. And not just that. Confederates fire mortar shells into the Crater. You have men who are packed in. I've read accounts of men in the Crater who said there'd be a guy dead next to me who couldn't fall down because the men were packed so tight. So you just have corpses standing next to you. And not just that. Some Confederates, they found a cache of muskets with no bullets, with bayonets attached, and they threw them into the Crater like javelins.
Damn.
Anyway, yeah. I won't lie about this, man. Like I'm having to edit this book about the Crater for the the Emerging Civil War series, and I'm like upset afterwards. I'm depressed. I'm annoyed. I don't feel good. You know, I mean, I know it's war in general. All of it's bad, but I mean, there's certain things that really get to you. The Crater gets to me. I mean, it is barbarity inside of that pit. You know,
I guess that's why everyone.
Yeah.
I guess that's why everyone gravitates towards the shot in front of guys like Ledley and Ferrero and Burnside, just drinking off to the sideline of the battle and just mishandling everything. Because otherwise, you have to focus on the absolute horrors of war that the decisions they made led to.
Oh yeah, the pools of blood there. Another one that gets me too is, I mean, they fought this battle July 30th. It's fucking hot, dude.
Yeah.
think of.
They're all in wool uniforms on top of that. So.
You're crammed in a wool uniform. You might be next to a corpse, an actual dead guy whose body can't fall because you're that tightly packed in. And the Confederates are just shooting down at you the entire time. Your officers, you've not been trained for this either. Okay, you've got some good officers like Potter, but command and control has collapsed. It's just a slaughter pen. You know, and for both sides too. I say that because if you look at the Crater's losses, and by the way, Bryce has made a good point that the Crater losses for the Union are downplayed because they wanted to downplay in particular losses in the black regiments. The losses for the Crater are probably officially are like 3,800 or 4,000. I'd say probably more like 6 or 7. It's really bad in there. I think they downplayed the losses. Confederates lose about 1,400 men, but the Confederates didn't have that many units engaged, actually. Only like 5 or 6 brigades. That's not good. That's actually pretty bad for them, too. And a variety of Confederates did say it was a hard fucking fight, you know? So this is an absolutely horrific battle. When the crater is reduced, there is a lot of murder going on. I won't even repeat some of the lines that I've heard. Some white soldiers infamously killed black soldiers next to them to convince Confederates that I'm not in the USCT. I'm not some USCT officer. I'm not an emancipationist or anything like that. So you have many accounts of white soldiers just shooting blacks, Union white soldiers shooting black soldiers to convince Confederates that, hey, I'm with you, dude. Or don't kill me, please.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
yeah.
Oh, here's another one, too. And actually, we mentioned Bryce a lot with this, but he's a Petersburg expert. But me and Bryce talked about this. There's this really corny narrative where, black soldiers go into a battle and they impress the white soldiers so much they believe that they're equal to them. I found multiple accounts where that's not the case. One was Port Hudson. White soldiers actually at Port Hudson were angry about the amount of press the black soldiers got, and they thought they were cowards for the most part. The same thing here. After the crater, your average white soldier in the Army of the Potomac blames the black soldiers and wishes they would be gone, which is actually one of the reasons why the black regiments in the Army of the Potomac are transferred to the Army of the James months later. Is because the Battle of the Crater did not make white soldiers in the Army of the Potomac think black soldiers were equal to them. They actually thought they were inferior and cowardly, which is completely wrong. But that's who they decide to blame. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, everybody. The Battle of the Crater, if you believe humanity is like a great, good thing, the Battle of the Crater would like to have a word with you. It is the most horrific battle in the Civil War. Bar none.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. I know. It's dramatic, leaves you with a pause, but still. I fucking hate this battle. But yeah, horrible, horrible defeat. And who's to blame, right? Who's to blame? Is it Burnside? Is it Meade? Is it Ledlie? Is it one of the brigade commanders? The whole rotten structure, isn't it?
Yeah.
But don't worry. Meade's going to make sure Burnside gets the blame. Luke, have you ever read about the Crater Court of Inquiry?
I think I've skimmed about it, but I don't know. Whenever I see these courts of inquiry, I just say, okay, this is going to be a politicized mess that they're just going to scapegoat some guy and pack him off to, get rid of some political enemy of yours, and just accuse your fuck ups. Same deal with John Porter. Same deal with the
Crater one is fascinating because it goes both ways. There are 2 courts of inquiry. 2. Meade constructs his own court, which is conveniently made up of his friends. Several witnesses who could have supported Burnside are not called up. And Pleasance left the army, so he wasn't in the court either. So Burnside is blamed for the defeat. What's interesting, though, is that even this court of inquiry, which is pro-Meade, actually does rebuke Meade and says, essentially, your coordination between corps is very poor. And I really do think Meade's supporters in the army are being like, hey, dude, you need to improve, okay? That being said, a very annoyed Burnside contacts his political friends, and they call another court of inquiry. This one is going to be overseen by the Committee on the Conduct of War. Do you know much about them, Luke?
Yeah. These are the guys that they brought in after Stone's defeat, wasn't it?
After Ball's Bluff.
Just so they could, just so the Republicans can have more control over the War Department and such, and appointments and shit. So they
exactly.
Yeah, it's the same guys that's cashiered Stone, the same guys that cashiered Fitzjohn Porter, the same guys that tried to uh, say that Meade was an incompetent idiot who lost the Battle of Gettysburg after winning the Battle of Gettysburg.
Yeah. So no, the Burnside had some friends with the radicals because of because Burnside was one of these officers who, as the war went on, he became essentially more of a radical Republican. So they liked the guy. And he goes to them and goes, "Hey man, like Meade really done me dirty." And so one of Burnside's friends was in the Senate. I forget his name. He's a senator from Rhode Island, where Burnside's from. They decide to call the Committee of the Conduct of War to have hearings on the crater. And the hearings decide that who's to blame for the crater. What do you think?
Well, if Meade's commission blames me, then in this case, Burnside's commission blames Burnside.
So the committee goes like, Burnside. The committee says, if you had just followed Burnside's brilliant genius plan, we would have won the war by now. It's their next attempt to get at Meade, and then a very angry Meade then publishes his findings for his group. I will say, based on what I've read about both investigations, the Committee on the Conduct of War actually held a better investigation than Meade's, but Meade's was really stacked with just his buddies. Yeah. That being said, it kind of goes back to what you were saying with my book on the Battle of Petersburg, that it isn't just Baldy Smith's failure. This is an army-wide failure. Farrow failed, Ledlie failed, Burnside failed, Meade failed. I don't think Grant failed, actually, in this case, except maybe that he didn't integrate the crater plan into Sheridan's attack north of the James. Otherwise, this is not Grant's failure. But for the Army of the Potomac, yeah. Interestingly enough, one of the only officers who both committees agreed did great was, take a guess.
Was it Ledlie?
Nope. They both agreed Potter did very well.
Oh, okay, reasonable.
Oh yeah, no. Both committees agreed Ledlie sucks. Okay.
Thank God.
And actually, Grant showed up for the Committee on the Conduct of War, and his testimony is interesting because he deflects as much blame as he can from himself and Meade. But Grant does say, in I think a moment in candor, he goes, "I knew Ledlie was given the command. I knew Ledlie was given the command to attack into the breach, and I should have stopped that." So that's a moment of Grant being honest with you, being like, I screwed up on that one. Because, that is Grant. I did mention earlier Grant not being responsible. Grant's responsible insofar as he said, Farrow doesn't go in. Sure thing. Throw Ledlie in there. Only later did Grant go, you know what? We really, really shouldn't have given Ledlie the command. And yeah, that finishes up Petersburg up to this point. One last thing I would like to say is during this entire time, you would think that Beauregard, considering what he did at Petersburg and the crater, would be held in high regard. He is not. Jefferson Davis, comically enough, at this time considered having a court of inquiry against Beauregard for his actions at Petersburg. And he abandons it when he looks at it and goes, wait, there's no way I can frame the guy. But think about that. Beauregard won a major battle of the Civil War, and much like what the committee did to Meade after Gettysburg, Davis had the same thoughts of Beauregard. How can I remove you after winning a major battle?
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely pathetic.
Well, but it must also be said, not really in defense of Davis, but with some understanding that his hatred for Beauregard is deep and true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly.
It's deep and true. Oh my God, this stream went on forever. Jesus Christ, man.
Absolutely, yeah. It's almost 2 o'clock.
Oh
Yeah.
shit, that's right. You're in the thing. Sorry guys. I could just go on about Petersburg, but
Yeah.
it is
And well,
it is an
I
obs-
took us on tangents about
Yeah.
about football and shit, so it's partly
Well,
my
Hey
fault
man.
yeah.
too.
I got
Next time we do one of these long ones, you need to make sure we do one on like a either Monday or Wednesday night.
Monday or Wednesday. Okay, man.
Yeah.
I know Tuesday. We actually really haven't done any on Tuesdays. Um, I have a jam-packed week with some presentations online, and I have some tours at very bizarre hours right now. So that's why I was like, "Hey, can we do this Tuesday?"
Uh,
You know, like for instance, we are gonna do it Sunday, and I had to work. I almost never work Sunday night. It's just I've had a weird week, is all. But I'm sorry, man.
it's all right.
You know,
Yeah.
but also I'm obsessed with Petersburg, so I could go on. So anyway. Um, so do you guys have anything to add, or should we get to super chats?
I'm ready for the supers.
I can hear that in your
Yeah,
voice, man.
Yeah.
I I'd say I have something to add, but I don't. I kind of wanted to get this over with. There's some things I could talk about next stream we do about the state of the war at this point, just how low this battle is, this battle is basically at the same time that the Union reaches its final nadir and the Confederates reach their final peak, I guess you could
I
call it.
think I guess yeah. I'd also and I think I said in my Petersburg book. I think the final Confederate peak is Reams Station.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I have to agree on that. That is the last impressive Confederate victory of the entire war.
yeah, and it should be said, and I want to read. I have to read more on this meeting, but literally the day after the crater, Grant had to meet Lincoln.
Fuck.
Yeah,
That
I'm
that
told.
must have been
I need to read more on it, but from what I can tell, it seems like it was a very grim meeting. You know, because Lincoln's kind of like Confederates are raiding Maryland and Pennsylvania, and you just had entire corps slaughtered in a giant hole. So anyway, what do we got, guys?
Our first one comes to us from Hose and Oz for 499. Thank you, Hose and Oz. He says, "Thank God Donald Trump won. He's in a free Little Dirk and NBA YoungBoy and Save Hip Hop." So I just looked it up, and Little Dirk is currently in jail for a murder for hire plot. And I'm not sure what's going on with NBA YoungBoy. That didn't pop up, but also with Little Dirk, he was available as a character, and I believe it was NBA 2K23 for my team
Whoa.
because I played with him like once, I think. Anyway, so I knew the name and I knew he was a rapper of some kind, but I didn't know he'd gotten arrested. And then for NBA
Hey man,
YoungBoy, I've never heard of him. So,
dude, real quick, you did play NBA Jam back in the day, right?
oh, of course, yeah,
Yeah, remember the Bill Clinton Al Gore team up? If you could get that together.
yeah. There's some sort of code that you have to get that in, though.
Yeah, and they were like a super team. Like, yo, you want to watch Al Gore like dunk on some motherfuckers? Play NBA Jam, okay?
Well, he was an Atari Democrat, so it kind of makes sense.
You're right. God, he was an Atari Democrat. Perfectly said.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right. Next up is Bob the Builder for $5. Thank you, Bob. And he says, "I'll grant you that one."
okay, corny but good.
Yeah. Next one is from Hose and Oz for $4.99. Thank you. 19th century, "I'm not a racist, but" is crazy.
Yeah, I think that's in reference to the Humphreys quote we brought up.
Yes.
Yeah.
It certainly
yes,
is.
I mean, I can only
I
assume.
have nothing against black soldiers, but everything against black people.
Well, also,
Like,
I have to assume too. Like he assumed if he just shot down this one corps command, it's like, yeah, these guys are going to put a corps under my command. I'm a hot commodity right now. I can afford to pick and choose.
I mean, eventually, yeah, he eventually got Second Corps from Hancock after he finally
Yeah.
was like, okay, you can't serve anymore. So they gave Humphreys Hancock's former corps, and he commanded for the rest of the conflict. Not notably so, I'd say. Like he's around for like the end of the Petersburg campaign, but
Yeah, no,
not
he's
that big.
there for 1865. He does fine. I mean, but yes, when I did read that Humphreys quote, I was like, oh my God, this is 19th century. I'm not a racist, but
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah.
So it's kind of like what Hulk Hogan said on that one famous tape.
Oh, that tape.
Yeah.
All right, what do we
All
got
right.
next,
We
man?
have Kobold George for $20. Thank you, Kobold. What should students of Army politics read to learn from Henry Halleck? Thanks for all your streams, guys. Listening to you talk about history always makes me feel a small bit less lonely. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Kobold. So,
Oh yeah.
what would you recommend for reading about Halleck and his handling of the army?
Uh, Grant's uh, Grant's lieutenants in the West. The dissertation by Nickel is very good. McClellan's War by Rafuse, where he explains essentially the politics of command. You know that McClellan is sabotaged by the Republican Party, and it's another one. Oh, Lee and Davis at War by Stephen Woodward. Um, and, you know, I have some problems with Woodward, but I think that might actually be his best book. It's him analyzing why Lee and Davis worked so well together, but also why Beauregard and Johnston did not work well with Davis. You know, and as much as I like Beauregard, Beauregard really did a lot to sabotage that. You know, um, and another one would be, damn it, there's another one. Oh, I'm going to pull up the name of it right now. I gotta check it out, but it's a Stephen Sears book. Um, because when Sears talks about Hooker, I mean, he really gets into that politics stuff, and it just works. It's really good analysis. But I want to pull it up. By the way, everybody, real quick, I'm reading these James Buchanan books, and I got to tell you, man, remember how I was reading about Franklin Pierce, and I was like, this guy sucks, but I kind of like him personally.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Buchanan just sucks. Okay, this is
Yeah.
this guy's bad. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. You ever wonder why everyone votes him like the worst president of all time? Because it's not only he's bad, it's also because he's not interesting to read about personally. He just sucks.
Yeah, no, he really is. Like he is
Mhm.
cardboard.
No, it's
Um,
also interesting to me. Like I was reading a biography of him, and every decision that he made that I could encounter was the wrong decision. I don't even think he stumbled into anything right on accident.
I found a few things that I think are interesting about the guy, right? But yeah, same thing, man. Nothing, no decision he makes I think is actually good. A lot of this stuff is bad. But also, like in the case of Pierce, I'm like, oh man, what happened with your child? That's horrible. You know, or like, you know, your best friend's Nathaniel Hawthorne, which I love the Scarlet Letter, so I'm like, that's you know, that's a credit to you, but also you find your best friend just you know he seemed healthy and then he's dead the next day. That's depressing. Buchanan, I'm just like this guy's a jerk.
Right.
You know,
All right.
there's a few things interesting about the guy, but he just I don't feel any sympathy for him. But okay, real quick, I did pull up the name of the book, and it is Controversies and Commanders: Dispatches from the Army of the Potomac is another excellent book for understanding the politics of command.
Right.
That one's by Sears. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. And now the stream's acting really weird, but hopefully it'll let us finish. Tasmanian Walrus for $5 is our last one. Thank you, Tasmanian Walrus. He says, I align with Hess and think Burnside deserves ultimate blame. Swapping out the USCT didn't lose the battle. Putting in Ledley did. Should have been Potter.
Yeah. So yes. So Earl J. Hess's book is Into the Crater. Very good book. Him and Schmutz disagree. Schmutz is like it's Meade's fault, and Hess is like it's Burnside's fault. Um, I really wish I could get the two of those guys in a room and just have them argue it out. You know, having read both books, and I'm also partial because Schmutz is helping is a co-author for me on the second volume for the Petersburg series. I favor him with Blaming Mead more. But even Schmutz goes, that whole thing where you have him draw straws is really stupid.
It is. He's right.
Yeah.
Facts.
I've literally never run into anybody who goes like, great idea, dude.
I guess that's what you'd
So
call an innovation in command.
yeah. So no, even the pro Burnside guy goes, wait, that was dumb. Yeah.
All
The only
right.
other like question that's like non-super chat that I've noticed that's interesting is, was the opening of Cold Mountain an accurate depiction of the battle? You guys heard of Cold Mountain?
Yeah, I've seen. I saw it in
Yeah,
theaters,
Jude
man.
Law and forget who the other star was.
I think I remember seeing like a clip of
Nicole Kidman.
just a crater battle online a while back, but I have no further context.
I saw in the movie theater. I also I had a girlfriend who was really into the novel, and I liked the novel a lot more than the movie. Well, the movie was solid, but I liked the novel more. Uh, so, anyways, the problem if I have to see it again, and if as I'm recalling it, the depiction of the eruption of the crater was well done, but not the Confederate counterattack. Because they may I mean you can make an excuse that it's a movie, so you got to hurry things along, but it seemed like they compressed the battle into 20 minutes. The battle of the crater goes on forever, in this very I didn't even mention that in this very narrow hole. They essentially fight it out from like 5 in the morning to 2 p.m. Like that is what you have going on, you know. So once again, it's a fucking horrific battle. No, I mean, no battle's fun, but my God, some are worse than others. You know. Anyways, you never seen it, Derek?
I've seen Cold Mountain. Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think?
Uh, the battle scenes were pretty vivid, from what I recall. And then, of course, he was a deserter, and he's a North Carolina soldier, so that's pretty
Yeah.
accurate because that's like 50% of them. So
Yeah, wait. You said he's from North Carolina.
yeah, I think
The troops that were caught in the explosion were from South. Are you? There was a South Carolina brigade that got blown to smithereens.
Well, I know the Cold Mountain, I think, is supposed to be in North Carolina, is what I meant.
Yeah.
So
All right. So,
Well, no.
if the,
He's a North Carolina soldier, but remember, there's a North Carolina brigade next to them.
yeah. Well,
So
they wouldn't be the one exploded by it because it was like
No.
on.
As I remember, he's next to where it blows up, if I remember it correctly. Okay, so he's in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember from the clip. I guess I was going.
I believe he's in Klingman's brigade, and I want to say Klingman's brigade is to the left, and then to the right of Elliott's South Carolina brigade is Good's Virginians, which was Wise's brigade originally.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, the same soldiers who stopped the Army of the Potomac on the attack on Petersburg, June 15th to 18th, are the same guys involved in the crater for the most part, along with Mahone, of course. Yeah, I believe he's in a regiment in Klingman's brigade. But hey, if you're a Nicole Kidman fan, I mean, she is in the movie prominently.
yeah,
if you're a fan,
right.
Right. What was I going to say? No. So, no, I thought it was I thought it was pretty well done. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. I read this thing back in the day. They had some Civil War advisors for the movie, and one of the things they liked was that they apparently filmed the crater stuff in Romania or some shit. And the reason they liked it is because they got a bunch of these Europeans for it, and they're all thinner, so they actually looked more like soldiers would back then. As opposed to like, man, I mean, I love the movie Gettysburg, but that is a very well-fed Confederate army.
Yeah. Or remember the little video clips in Robert E. Lee's Civil War general,
Yes. Yeah.
where like all the Confederates are kind of fat, but then the Union guys are like in shape and of the proper age.
Yeah. No, God. And they're like, it's okay if you have like a random guy like that because I mean, some people are just fat, right? I mean, you run into that like I'll read some letter from the Civil War and they're like, yeah, well, the fat guy in our regiment did this, right? But man, the movie Gettysburg, I'm like, man, Lee's army, they've been eating well.
Yeah,
They've been hitting up the Popeyes and the Pizza Hut, you know?
yeah. Lee's army, for all the reports of starvation, it's because the army's been eating Golden Corral and the rest of the population's been getting screwed. All that army, all the food is going straight to the army. The civilians get nothing.
Like, oh God, I like the last one to mention that. I love the movie Platoon, and everybody in Platoon is pretty much in shape, but there's like one fat guy,
Yeah,
right? Not in the regiment. Like he's like they got like the NVA guys like infiltrating over on the lines, and there's like one fat guy who comes in who's like, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And they just shoot him, right? And apparently, when they asked Oliver Stone about that, he was like, "Oh, that guy's in the quartermaster department. That's why he's well fed."
well,
So yeah, it's like in Platoon, everybody's in shape, but there's like this one really fat dude who just gets gunned down.
Yeah.
well, I guess too. Calling somebody the fat guy in the group, it could be a relative term, also.
Could be, but I'm telling you, man, like, and was in Gettysburg, they got Harrison, the spy, the scout Harrison. You know,
Yeah,
he comes in like they got that fat guy with the Santa Claus beard, and you're like, what? Who in the hell is this guy? Like, he looks
Yeah.
old and he's fat.
I mean he's
Like,
known for his agility and stealth, so
yeah, well, somebody was like, who is this guy? I'm like, you know what? Maybe he just joined the Confederate Army randomly on the march. He's only been on the ranks for like 6 days.
yeah. Maybe he
Fuck it.
found. Maybe there was a rumor, false, obviously, that the Confederate Army had a really good quartermaster corps.
It should be noted that throughout the Petersburg campaign, this is actually, until you get to 1865, this is actually one of Lee's army's best fed periods. Like, the soldiers say, like, the food wasn't great, but it was consistent. So Lee's army is not starving in the trenches. It's not great food. This isn't Golden Corral. This is even Burger King.
Well, I
But
mean,
they are getting consistent food. Okay.
yeah.
Meanwhile, Hood's army is like, man, we're really hungry.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
I am tired, so
I can hear that. I'm sorry I went on forever. I'm just obsessed with Petersburg. But anyway,
Yeah.
sorry
uh,
guys.
Understandable.
well,
Yeah, I'm out of it now. Guess I'll
I hear you.
call off first. Uh,
Well, everybody,
okay.
we've exhausted you with a massive live stream that I thought would last a lot shorter. Thank you all for coming along, and thank you all for having me.
yeah, of course. Thanks everybody for showing up, and I guess we'll do a part 2 of this at some point. And
Or a prequel to cover the Overland Campaign stuff because
but
we skip past a lot of context for the events here. I feel. I
yeah,
was kind of
and
expecting
Oh,
we'd start with the kid. I was kind of expecting we'd do the first stream on the Overland Campaign, but no, we jumped over to Petersburg. I was caught off guard by that, but I guess we
oh,
could do that another
well,
time.
and then the other thing too is we got the Buchanan stream coming up. I guess in 4 days now.
wait, 4 days? I thought
Did
it
you
was
say
like 10.
17th? Or what day did we?
17, um, Thursday next week,
Oh,
not this week.
21st. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Thursday the 21st
yeah.
will be the Buchanan Day, where we celebrate the greatness of the 15th President of the United States.
It's gonna be rough, man. I don't like this guy.
Yeah. So that'll be something to look forward to, everybody. In the meantime, between time, I gotta go so I can get up and then hurriedly prepare for class. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, everybody, good night, good luck, and thank you for turning out. So, we'll see ya later. And hopefully, this will end the stream as normal.
Yeah. All right, I'm out.